Welcome everyone to the regular council meeting of June 24th, 2025. A couple of reminders for today's meeting. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on your YouTube channel, and the recording is available after the meeting. This meeting is also broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco Subscribers Channel 10, HD Channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and on Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all these ways, video or audio recording by members of the public is not permitted in council chambers. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. So we'll have the opening ceremonies this afternoon. We'll move right into the agenda, and item 4.1 is presentations, and the presentation is on housing and homelessness system planning update. Michelle Corley is our housing manager, and Jesse Donaldson, Executive VP of Strategic Services Help Seeker Technologies, is on the line. So, I'm told before we do that, I have to adopt the agenda, and I think, Councillor Doble, you have the adoption of the open session agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richardson that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, June 24, 2025 be adopted as circulated and with the following amendments. Additional item 8.4 being a deputation by Glenda Morris and Peter Petrosoniak regarding Pottinger Street sidewalk options. Item 8.5 being a deputation by Sarah Graham and Bill Volmar regarding Pottinger Street sidewalk options. Item 9.3 being correspondence from Bill Steffler of the Active Transportation Advocates Kawartha Lakes regarding Pottinger Street sidewalk options, with all items relating to report ENG 2025-017 being agenda item 13.1.9.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Councillor Ashmore.
15.1, Mr. Mayor.
Are you going to step out for it, or? Thank you. And what's the reason, if I can ask?
The memo, the subject of the memo is myself, so I figured I better declare.
Okay. Moving on. We did disclosures of pecuniary interest. If any arise during the course of the meeting, advise me and we will deal with them accordingly. Moving on to housing and homelessness systems planning update. Manager Corley, please go ahead. Councillor Doble, turn off your mic. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and all members of council, and I'm certainly pleased to be here today to provide an overview of the foundational and strategic planning that's currently underway. This work is helping us establish really clear areas of focus that will strengthen our ability to make upstream impacts and optimize the effectiveness of our housing and homelessness systems. Given how this work is being integrated into other city plans, it's important to be here now to give you a sense of what's coming ahead. Next slide. As pressures continue to grow across all aspects of our homelessness response and community housing systems, it is it is more important than ever to conduct a careful review of our current approach. This review will help us establish a clear strategic vision and set priorities for moving forward. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario released a significant study in January 2025 highlighting the urgent and growing human and financial toll of homelessness across the province. Municipalities like ours are under increasing strain to respond to this crisis with limited resources. It's clear that neither municipalities nor us, being a consolidated municipal service manager, can sustainably address all challenges related to homelessness and deeply affordable housing alone. That's why the City of Kawartha Lakes is undertaking a comprehensive system planning exercise. Our goal is to define strategic priorities, guide resource allocation, and develop focused investment plans. This work is helping us concentrate our efforts where they are most needed, on reducing homelessness and housing insecurity. We aim to optimize our local housing system to better respond to critical needs, while also developing specific funding strategies and decision-making frameworks aligned with these new priorities. One important component of this effort has been our partnership with Help Seeker Technologies, who are supporting the update of our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. Council approved this engagement last summer, which notably preceded Help Seeker's involvement in AMO's province-wide homelessness study that I mentioned earlier. Since launching our work with Help Seeker in the fall, we've made significant progress in reviewing our system and identifying strategic priorities. This has included extensive community engagement, using a variety of methods over several months to ensure broad input. In just a moment, we'll hear from Jesse Donaldson, Executive Vice President of Strategic Services and Customer Success at Help Seeker, who will share insights into the work that is underway. Beyond the 10-year plan update, we're also conducting other planning exercises, system reviews, and resource alignment efforts. Given the breadth of the work currently in motion, today's objective is to introduce Council to the key components and stages of this process. You can expect to see several elements brought forward over the coming months, culminating in a new long-term strategy, which we aim to present to Council for approval in September. This work is being intentionally integrated with the city's broader strategic and business planning efforts. It reflects the priority in the city's strategic plan and aligns with our mission and vision to support the well-being of all residents. Next slide, please. Our existing 10-year housing and homelessness plan is broad and somewhat ambiguous. It attempts to address housing instability across a very wide range of the housing continuum. However, the plan is primarily tactical in nature and includes nearly 70 highly specific, action-oriented objectives. These objectives no longer align well with today's needs or reflect current realities. The actions outlined in the plan span everything from homelessness response to affordable home ownership. But because of its wide scope and a lack of comprehensive financial and resource framework to support it, existing investments and resources are getting stretched too thinly, often pulled in many directions without the ability to make measurable impact in any one particular area. To move forward effectively, we need an aligned short and long-term financial plan. One that supports both capital and operating needs, along with the necessary staffing capacity and resources to implement our strategic priorities. As you may recall, the current plan also includes aggressive housing targets that we set for the first time. Those goals included housing targets for supportive housing, deeply affordable rental units, and also affordable housing for middle-income residents. Unfortunately, progress on these targets since 2020 have been minimal. Between units that have been lost in our system over that same period of time against a few new units we have been able to achieve, we've met less than 5% of our target to date. This slow progress is largely due to limited investment in capacity planning, as well as external challenges beyond our control, including economic conditions such as inflation, broader social issues that have all impacted our ability to deliver. To address this, we're now working toward a coordinated citywide vision for housing and homelessness, one that is supported by collaboration, integrated planning, and aligned processes. This shift will help us move from reactive efforts to a strategic, focused, and sustainable approach that supports real system transformation. I will now pass the presentation over to Jessie Donaldson from HelpSeeker Technologies, and you can move to the next slide.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is well air-conditioned over there. I'm going to go through a couple key components or key foundations of the strategy that we're building together to familiarize, and then I'll show you some of the data we collected, as well as some of the feedback we got from community members. And at the end, we'll go through some of the modeling, which I hope will show you homelessness and housing. While it's a large issue, it is not intractable, but you have some of the pieces in place to continue to amp up your response over the coming years. Okay, let's see if I can move my slides here on this side. Okay. So I'm going to talk about systems planning as a concept in these next two slides, and first why it's important before I go through the foundations. And so the idea of systems planning is to take a step back and look at the entire system, all of the resources, policies, people you have available to you to respond to housing and homelessness, not just within the municipality, but of course through the community, whether it's community partners or other partners such as police, hospital, etc. So when you apply a systems planning lens, what we need to ask is, where can the city most effectively intervene to change outcomes? And where can it do so within the mandate that you have and the resources that are available to you? So systems planning gives us, within your context, a few different advantages. So one is a strategic focus over a scattershot focus. So homelessness and housing, and I don't need to tell you this, is deeply impacting communities across Ontario and across the country, and Kawartha included. And the macro sort of socioeconomic conditions are creating an environment that pressure, that housing and homelessness pressure, is only increasing. And so, like any municipality with limited resources to respond to kind of the breadth and the depth of the issue, you have to be really strategic on where you're focusing and which levers you're pulling in order to make the greatest impact, and at minimum stay ahead of some of the issues that communities are facing across Ontario. Systems planning also helps you leverage the city's sphere of influence. So, Chris, I'm going to talk about later in the presentation, not everything is within your control, and we have to be really honest about what are the things you can control and what are the conditions that will continue to be outside of your control, and how do you respond to those, such as the current sort of economic crisis we're facing across the country. Next is linking the strategy to financial planning. So I've been doing these plans for over 10 years now, 15 years now, and I've seen some amazing plans, but a plan without a financial plan is really just a wish list. And so what we saw sort of 10 years ago as these plans started to come out is they had brilliant ideas and strategies of what needed to be done, but without financial planning, they're not able to be enacted. So it's of my belief that a strong financial plan and a more focused housing and homeless plan or strategy is way more optimal than a whole laundry list of things that haven't been sort of effectively resourced. And then opportunity here is also aligning internal systems. So systems planning, the idea is that particularly with an issue like housing and homelessness, is every decision you make is intertwined. And so systems planning approach should help unify departments, policies, procedures, so that decisions across planning, housing, human services, finance can reinforce that common direction. And much of what you do, particularly as a growing community, growing municipality, will impact more and more the outcomes you see in regards to housing and homelessness. So systems planning throughout kind of this presentation is really about building a common framework for decision making that no one department owns. Next slide, please. So there's 4 principles, and what is it actually, good systems planning, what does it look like in practice? And so it means looking at it in one system and intentionally designing that system around a shared set of goals. The aim is to reduce fragmentation and ensure that where you have resources, those are being directed towards those common goals. And there are decisions every day that are made within your municipal operations that either positively or unfortunately, and that's the name of the game, negatively impact your housing outcomes. So the 4 key principles are: 1, systems design, starts with looking at the full picture. And then 2, program and policy interactions. So this idea that programs and policies, they don't just exist in a vacuum. In a systems lens, look at how these interact with each other. And the goal is, wherever possible, not just programs that are being delivered to individuals experiencing homelessness, but the goal is to reduce duplication, close service gaps, and create smoother transitions. One of the most important parts to do that is really clear roles and responsibilities of who are we building for, what are we building, who are we building for, and who within our whole continuum of resources and supports is responsible for what. The next one is balanced solutions. And really, this is about ensuring that there's the right mix of housing solutions in your community. And again, with limited resources, and I say limited resources, not just you, all municipalities, particularly across Ontario, you have to decide very deliberately what you're going to build. And we're going to talk about that in 2 or 3 slides here. So ensuring that you're building the right thing for the right people, and you think that is going to give you the best outcome. And then finally, resource alignment. And like I said, it's not just financial, it's people, staffing, infrastructure, and how are all those pieces working together across departments so the system performs better. Frankly, this is what you do every day across all policy areas. This is what municipal government is for. So perhaps not novel, but it does allow us a kind of framework to think forward on what a new plan or strategy might be. Okay, lots of conversation. Oh, next slide, please. Lots of conversation within kind of the project team of is it a strategy, is it a plan, and what the differences are. And that's important because, like Michelle mentioned, the previous plan may have its limitations in how it was able to support some of those big strategic alignment pieces. But of course, a strategy without a plan, that's not going to get you anywhere. So how are we thinking about these 2 things? They're related, but they serve different purposes. So what we're thinking about in regards to strategy is kind of the big picture framework. It's longer term. I think 10 years is pushing a little long given how quickly things change within housing and homelessness, but certainly 5 to 10 years. And this is where the city, you as a city, can say, this is what matters most. This is where we're going, and here's how we want to work together to get there. It won't lay out every step of the plan, but it's a unifying structure to say, this is where we agreed that we all want to be, and sets out a realistic pathway to do there. It's about being selective, setting priorities, clarifying roles, and then guiding decisions so that when, God forbid, people leave their posts, that there's something foundational that everyone can continue to kind of rally around. Then the plan, I would say, is closer to a blueprint. So the plan is the operational tool. It translates the strategy into tangible actions. Of course, legislatively, we have 10-year plans, et cetera. It's a long time for an operational plan. So I would even recommend that a plan is that more nimble document that allows you to respond underneath the umbrella of the strategy as new issues come up. For example, the ice storm that you faced, of course, there was huge impacts to your community. I was there shortly after. And so how does the plan support something like responsiveness with something like an ice storm versus a strategy, which is your overall line in the sand of where you want to be and how you're going to get there. And so we're kind of thinking about these 2 in tandem, but hopefully that helps. And what from my vantage point, what's missing in the city currently is really the strategy. It's great to have a plan, and that really does need to be owned by human services. But what is the strategy that's going to be the great aligner or coordinator of all of the other resources and initiatives you have within the community? Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to go through this one. I have this printed on my desk. It's helpful in any conversation about housing and homelessness. And frankly, I think it's where this artifact is where the plans for housing and homelessness and the strategies get lost in communities across Ontario and the country. And I've seen it sort of numerous times. I'm going to walk you through each part of the continuum, and then I'm going to explain why this is a helpful kind of mechanism as we have the rest of this conversation today, but also over the coming months. So I'll refer to you in the red box for a minute on the left-hand side of the continuum. And what that is homelessness supports. And so long ago, we thought that housing continuum was something where someone would start here, and then the idea is that they move along, and the goal is you're trying to get everyone into market home ownership. Of course, that's not realistic for everybody. That's not desirable. So this idea that the continuum is fluid is more appropriate to sort of current housing. But the point is that someone may be on the left end of the continuum and they're not in it at all. They're experiencing homelessness and don't have any supports. Emergency shelter is the range of services that we provide to people when they have no housing, and it's meant to be a temporary crisis response. What we know from data across Ontario and Kawartha is that temporary crisis response seems to be getting longer and longer and longer. So whereas the continuum was designed for people to get into emergency shelter and then ideally go into affordable rental there outside the red box, we're seeing more and more people get stuck in that emergency shelter, bounce back to homelessness, or move through other aspects of this red box in here. And I'll talk about why that's so critical in a minute. Transitional housing is usually defined as shorter term housing, anywhere between 6 months and up to kind of 2 years. And that's meant to bridge people, to stabilize them in hopes of getting them into either deeply affordable housing or their own affordable rental housing. Again, as we've seen more complex, people face more complex issues within communities, and the affordable housing market is so difficult to get into, we're actually seeing people languish really in transitional housing for longer and longer. But it was meant to be a step towards those other pieces on the right-hand side of the continuum. Community housing, you might hear this as deeply affordable. You might hear it as affordable, which is a misnomer, and I'll explain why. Rent supplements you hear, but these are the different instruments available to you and to other communities to provide subsidized housing to individuals. And so that's far below market rental rate. And what often happens in conversations about affordable housing is you see no definitional difference between this affordable rental, which is outside the red box, which can mean 80% of market rent, versus this deeply affordable community housing, which may be 20% of market rent. And so they're fundamentally different instruments. They're for different individuals, but that line where the red comes down here in between affordable and community housing is often where these affordable housing plans lose the plot, because it gets mushy on who exactly you're building, who are you building for. Affordable rental, of course, is anything less than market rent. Again, it can be 80% of market rent. It can be sometimes lower. Those are largely done through private market incentives, which communities have kind of varying success with. Affordable home ownership, or mechanisms to make home ownership more affordable. And then on the far right, you have your market rental and your market home ownership. When I see targets, often there's discussions of how many should we be building, and it really gets focused on, is it 5,000? Is it 5,100? Is it 5,200? Not to say that that's not important, but the more important question, and this is where it gets lost, is who are we building for? Where in this continuum are we building? And if we build here in the red box versus outside of it, how might we expect that to impact the outcomes in our communities? And there's no right or wrong answer, and they're not mutually exclusive. But deciding where to build is a choice. And I would never support kind of any housing, affordable housing, homelessness plan or targets without a really specific customer, because you need to know, eyes wide open, what happens if you invest in one area versus the other. We will note from a policy standpoint the federal government's commitment to build deeply affordable We'll see how that plays out. But what they're referring to is that community housing box in that red box, less so that affordable. CMHC has focused for years on affordable housing, but it was really outside that red box, which hasn't really focused on, in some sense, where the need is greatest. Next slide, please. Why do we want systems planning? Why do we look at customer and say who we're rebuilding for and look at some of these resource alignments with precision? One, more prevention means fewer people in crisis, and people in crisis impacts individuals, families, your communities. I'm sure you get calls, and none of us want people in crisis. So focusing on prevention is the goal. Permanent housing means that people can move out of, like I said, that crisis response into housing that's appropriate and stable for them. And then supportive housing, I'll talk about this, but one of the biggest needs in communities, and including yours, is supportive housing. So how might we support people in the long term with complex mental health, complex substance use, trauma? How are we building spaces for those individuals? The earlier you invest, the more systems pressure you reduce. And I'll show you what happens when you front load your investment within some of these areas versus waiting in a few slides. And then better system of performance means fewer people return to homelessness. And of course, that is the goal ethically, but also in the proper functioning of the community, it's important. Next slide, please. I won't belabor this, but Michelle had mentioned the Association of Municipalities of Ontario work at the beginning of this, and perhaps some of you have seen it, but we completed the study in January and found an estimated 85,000 people were experiencing homelessness in 2024. But when we disaggregated it by rural communities, urban communities, and rural-urban mix, we actually see that the mostly rural and the rural-urban mixed communities are experiencing a much faster increase in homelessness. So I would say you're a rural and urban mix. And so there's a 104% increase in homelessness since 2021 versus an only 51% increase in homelessness in Ontario overall. So what that tells me is that homelessness in rural and rural-urban communities is growing faster. When we did that same research, we found that under a steady economic, things are okay, steady economic scenario, that number is projected to be in Ontario over 165,000 people by 2030 without any kind of major policy interventions. In the case of an economic downturn, which there's significant evidence to suggest that we are presently in, that number is up to 300,000. And so not only are we seeing that those numbers are going to grow in absolute terms, rural and urban communities are going to face an outsized pressure relative to some of the kind of southern, mostly urban communities. And I say this to you not as a scare tactic, but the impetus and the pressure will only increase over the coming years. And so your ability to kind of prepare and coordinate resources now will make a huge difference on outcomes in 5-10 years. Next slide. Michelle, I'm okay for time, right? Or anyone who can hear me?
We're getting a little bit close, but we're getting there. And Jesse, if you have
I'll
a
speed up.
fan running,
Okay, perfect.
I think we're hearing the fan in the background.
Oh, my apologies. I'm trying to, it's the 40-degree weather. Is that better?
Sounds good.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Okay, I'll speak up too. So we just wanted to show you a couple elements from the data story that we found. And the graph you're looking at here tracks the share of renter. Oh, next slide, please. Tracks the share of renter households paying different amounts in shelter costs. And it's a whole lot of numbers and color, but I'll make it really simple here. In 2006, if you look at that yellow line, 60% of renters in Kawartha paid between $500 and $1,000 per month. By 2021, only 29% of people are paying between $500 and $1,000 a month. That's not simply because people are upward mobility able to afford that. That is because those are the options available. If you look at the share of renters paying $1,000 to $1,500, which is the green there, that went from 18% to 36%. So what this indicates to you is overall, there's fewer options for affordable rent, which we validated in other data sets. Next slide, please. Why it's so important to look at who you're building for in that red box continuum is these core housing needs numbers. So core housing need refers to households whose housing is inadequate, unaffordable, or unsuitable, and they can't afford anything better or not unsuitable, unaffordable in your area. So it's not just someone's paying too much rent, it's that they can't afford an appropriate option. What we're looking at in the left-hand side is the percentage of people who are in very low income and low income who are in core housing need. So in your community, 66% of people who are very low income or in core housing need. That's a significant marker of pending housing loss. And 46% of the low income category are in core housing need. So if you go to the median income here and the high income, even the moderate income, you can see why building affordable housing essential. But if it's 80% of market rent, that's probably not going to meet the needs of the lowest income people who are most at risk of homelessness in your community. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I had the privilege of speaking to over, I actually think it ended up about 65 people experiencing homelessness and 59 interviews, community partners, and many of your staff. And then, of course, the survey we did in the public. And what we heard was a great deal of consistency over some of these barriers and a feeling of this tightening, this worsening issue, these increase in tensions, the increase or decrease in affordability, and dwindling options. And I won't say desperation because that's not a fair characterization, but an urgency, certainly. Next slide, please. I'll go through here a little quicker, but what we did here, and of course, you will be familiar with, is an increasing of visibility of homelessness and a real feeling that there had been a shift. So people who had been there for a long time, that it was more visible, more entrenched. People experiencing homelessness themselves indicated that as well, and fewer opportunities to sort of exit that. Next slide, please. When we looked at the survey, which most people were housed who completed the survey, there was an impression that homelessness had gotten much worse. And that was kind of ubiquitous across people that we spoke to. How much worse is a quantitative, not a qualitative measure. Next slide, please. We also heard about significant risks and fear and victimization and criminalization of safety risks of people in unsheltered settings. So of course, the visibility of homelessness getting worse, creating tensions and upsetting to many individuals, but people who are experiencing homelessness themselves facing increased environmental issues, risks of fire, of theft, of violence, and that was prevalent among everyone we spoke to. Next slide, please. Worth mentioning, I would be remiss not to, is there was a real feeling of stigma and people feeling unwanted, and that they were not part of the community, even if they had lived there their whole lives. So judgment seeking supports, judgment on the street, judgment in stores, and acts of violence and really kind of horrific interactions between people experiencing homelessness and members of the public. Next slide, please. What we also heard, and further to that left continuum, is why it's not as a straight line, is people are moving from that left-hand side of experiencing homelessness into something and back out, and into something and back out, whether it's a room with no guarantee of tenancy, whether it's a room that's kind of infested with bed bugs, whether it's with a partner and they get into sort of an unsafe situation, informal rentals. So one of the things that indicates is, yes, you have places for people to go within your system, but it's not the right space for the right person at the right time. And going back to that systems design piece, that's what we're sort of trying to do, is how can we optimize what we have available and get people into the space along that continuum that's most suitable for them. Next slide, please. And of course, I won't belabor this, but affordability gaps and limited housing options. There's a dearth of deeply affordable housing generally, but deeply affordable housing within your community, and a growing need over time. of course, people who, next slide please, who did the survey, overall, most people were housed, were very concerned about the availability of affordable housing. Next slide, please. Okay. And next slide. Next slide. Thank you. What the community is asking for, and I say community writ large, of staff, people with lived experience of homelessness, active and previous, people who had done the survey of all different income levels, deeply affordable housing, stable housing, dignified wraparound supports, affordable for all income levels, inclusive housing. And I think overall everyone was frustrated with short-term fixes and perceived kind of short-term fixes. I don't think that's entirely fair, but there was more consensus than I thought on a focus on affordable for everybody and making sure everyone has safe and dignified housing. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm just going to take 5 more minutes, Michelle, and then I'll turn it back to you. I find this graph really helpful when we think about building housing, and it's stock and flow. It's that every day people will inflow into at risk of experiencing homelessness or experiencing homelessness for multiple reasons. And then in order to successfully house someone, you need a place that's appropriate, safe for them to be, that meets their needs. And so you can't control a lot of the inflow in homelessness that is largely related to things like social assistance, the economy, jobs within your community, traumatic family events. So you have limited sort of control over that. But that means there's a constant stream of people who need support, and there needs to be a way to measure that and react to that. On the outflow, you do have some control, and I'll show you on your next slide, is that you need spaces to put people in. What you have a great deal of control over, though, is your homeless serving system itself. So when people are experiencing homelessness, what happens? Where do they go? How is that resourced? And how are those transitions managed into appropriate spaces? But if you haven't picked where you want to be in that continuum and where you want to focus, then managing that outflow becomes more and more difficult as more and more people continue to inflow, like you saw with the 104% increase in rural and urban homelessness since 2021. Next slide, please. Municipal levers, this is just a helpful guide, but as I said, inflow, you can't control economy, private market affordability, vacancy rates, justice policy, social assistance rates. You have medium influence over what you decide to build, who you decide to build for, how much you decide to build, and you have a very high degree of influence over how long people are staying, what the performance of that system is, what you're choosing to build, and matching people to the right spaces. And our hopes is that in the strategy, we were able to not over leverage you and your mandate, but think about what are the levers you can best control within your resources. Next slide, please. Okay, this will take a minute, but I hope it's not scary. But what we did is we took 3 different scenarios based on your projected increase of homelessness and your population growth in Kawartha and Halliburton. And we looked what would happen if you built no additional supply. And by supply, I mean supportive housing, transitional, deeply affordable. How many people might be experiencing homelessness? And we found that 1,500, just under 1,500 people are expected to be experiencing homelessness if you do nothing. Nothing indicates to me that you're a community that's going to do nothing, quite the opposite, but that helps you understand what the trajectory is going towards without intervention. On the green one, we looked at what's a moderate investment into more crisis response, but supportive housing, transitional in the red box, and a little bit of deeply affordable. And what we were able to do was over the next 10 years stabilize. And you might think we'll do all that work just to get back where we started. But that is to sort of impress upon you that the inflows of homelessness you're going to continue to see will continue to push the limits of your system without an outsized jump start to kind of start to reduce it. And then the orange, what we saw was a reduction. And really, that's a healthy mix of supportive housing, transitional housing, but also more deeply affordable housing. And ideally, people stay in those units for a long time. That's a success. And so building those that more people can come in. And by year 10, you can actually see with I think, a not unrealistic kind of build or targets, you can reach functional zero, ending chronic homelessness by year 10. So challenging, but not intractable, and absolutely not impossible. Next slide, please. Over to you, Michelle.
Perfect. Thanks, Jessie. Okay, a couple more slides, and then I'm sure we'll have some good conversation and have some questions. So where we're headed. So you've heard a lot already that our goal is to move towards an optimized housing and homelessness system, one where strategic direction and policy are clear, focused, and aligned with key priorities. This optimized system will ensure that our efforts are integrated across all relevant municipal plans and that partnerships, funding, and resources are strategically aligned. Importantly, this will help us avoid scope creep by ensuring local programs and services remain focused on core priorities rather than being pulled in multiple directions by external or political pressures or emerging issues that fall outside of our system's identified priorities. Next slide. As affordability challenges continue to grow throughout our community and across the housing continuum, it's more important than ever that we're going to focus our planning resources and investments on those core responsibilities as a service manager. Delivering deeply affordable housing. We must be mindful not to overextend our efforts in areas that do not directly address the most urgent housing needs, as you've heard us say again and again. Additionally, our efforts to prioritize deeply affordable housing will require the city to consider its expectations of private developers, particularly those developing larger multi-residential developments. The city will need to establish a balance between setting policies for larger developers to address some affordability, even if for middle-income households alone, while incentivizing the smaller private developers with municipal incentives, ensuring that we're reserving grant and cash contributions exclusively for deeply affordable housing. Once approved, this new housing strategy and related investment plan will be used to guide strategic land acquisition to support deeply affordable housing needs over the next 10 years. With the city taking a big step into strategic long-term planning to reduce homelessness, the next long-range financial plan will begin to explore potential revenue sources to support our impactful response. Grant funding and debenture commitment cannot solely be expected to support this work. If we consider past grant opportunities from upper levels of government from the past 20 years, there is a significant gap that we need to plan for, similar to the planning that's completed for other municipal infrastructure. For the first time since housing was transferred to the municipal level of government in 2001, the city did start a modest affordable housing reserve in 2024. And we look forward to the updated long-range financial plan from being really positioned well to address, to make a true impact to our needs. Next slide. As I mentioned, this new strategy will not only be successful if it's purposely integrated, will only be successful purposely integrated within other key municipal plans. Across the corporation, there is significant momentum, information sharing, creativity, and support occurring to ensure that this strategy will be well integrated into key municipal planning activities. Next slide. As we continue our extensive system planning work, a key priority is ensuring that our largest resources and partnerships are well aligned to support a renewed strategic focus on reducing homelessness. KLH Housing Corporation, as the region's largest provider of deeply affordable housing, and with the city as a sole shareholder of KLH, it represents a critical asset in addressing and advancing our priorities. It is essential that KLH is strategically aligned and positioned to contribute effectively to this goal. And to support this, a separate governance and operational review of KLH is currently underway, revisiting the governance framework established in 2020. The results of this review will be presented to Council in July. As a service manager responsible for housing and homelessness services across both the city and the county of Haliburton, we're also evaluating the investment and support required from the county to meet these shared responsibilities. Next slide. As Jesse mentioned, there are significant areas of our system that we have limited control over. However, this new refined focus is already supporting internal policy work to hone in and make changes where possible to support those who need our services the most. As we make these changes, we're also working to explore long-term plans to increase much-needed tenant supports, especially knowing that we will be housing more individuals with significant and complex needs. Equally important is ensuring that once someone is housed, our system can respond quickly to help stabilize them if they become at risk of losing their housing. Right now, we can't always rely on community supports to intervene in a timely way. That's why building a system that can directly provide and manage these essential supports is critical. If someone's unable to succeed in community housing, we know they're at extremely high risk of becoming homeless. And since we're responsible for that left side of that continuum, we need to do everything we can to prevent that. As we work to strengthen a system's ability to support vulnerable individuals in community housing, we're also looking ahead to the opening of the Integrated Care Hub on Peel Street later this year. This facility will offer expanded drop-in services and additional shelter capacity, both of which will be important pieces in our broader system of care. Next slide. So although the strategy is going to be delivered officially in September, know that there's already been a lot of work underway in the last year or two. And some of these items on this slide just touch on that. Of course, you know what was adopted by Council in May with the adoption of the encampment response policy. There's been lots of other work that's been underway, as you're certainly aware of, and some we've touched on already, but certainly the city and my team's role, we're really heavily getting involved with monitoring those areas of the system that we directly control, so monitoring closely the performance of the shelter and our supportive housing. Next slide. So just to wrap up, just giving you an idea, because this has been the whole objective of this presentation, is not to bring everything to you all at once, but because it's such a large and complex topic, we wanted to give you some information today, knowing that you're going to see bits of this come out through these other significant municipal plans that are on target to be delivered according to the layout here on this slide. So there's RAI conversations today happening with the asset management plan. There's significant assets involved in our system, so that's being captured in that plan that you'll see later today. July, for instance, I mentioned the Housing Services Corporation review of KLH Housing Corporation. That's coming in July. And then the long-range financial plan is going to be the big component to really help us take our next version of our long-term planning for housing and homelessness to a totally different level, because we're going to have that investment plan to go along with it this time. And then finally in September, like I said, we hope to be back here to provide you the final strategy. So with that, next slide, that concludes our presentation, and certainly myself or Jesse are happy to take questions.
Thank you both for that. Can I get a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Warren, Councillor Richardson, comments and questions. Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the great presentation, Michelle. Kawartha Lakes is not unique. This is happening all over Ontario. So our partner in the province, they're aware of what is going on provincially, and so I guess the question is, what are they going to do, or what have they spoken of to alleviate this terrible problem province-wide? That's my first question.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So I'll be honest, it's been relatively quiet from the province. We are almost the end of June. I don't even have this year's allocations confirmed from the province for our homelessness work. So we, never mind not even knowing in the current year, there hasn't been a recent history where we're even able to be provided with our allocations in even just a short time span. So with that, we're kind of unsure. I think we're waiting for the dust to settle still from the recent election, but we know the government party that's once again in place, and I think it will be interesting to see what they're going to be supporting.
Thank you for that. And doing the plan, I guess we'll have a plan in place so when the federal government rolls out their plan, we'll be ready. Do you have any inkling of what they are planning? Is it in that first red box? I kind of missed that. Is that their focus?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So limited details out on that yet. We are hearing them use the word deeply affordable, so that sounds promising. I'm always leery when anyone uses the term affordable because it can be like you go back to, like Jesse said, who is the customer intended to be? So all the details on that are still to be unknown. And we'll have to see how our more rural community will fit in with some of those federal opportunities. Is it going to be a competitive process every time we want to try to tap into that? We have no idea what's going to be rolled out. And Jesse, if you have any further insights, by all means, chime in.
That is, yeah, that's limited insights. Further, I think the province, I think what they seem to be more focused on is downstream impacts of homelessness, of course, bills related to social disorder, et cetera, encampments, less so upstream. So I would suggest not to be alarmist that there's probably not enough, I won't say nothing, but coming from a combination of provincial and federal to fully address some of the issues you're facing. So it certainly would take a tri-government response.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, great presentation, and no doubt being proactive in long term is the way to go. And knowing where homelessness will go and anticipating that, having a plan like this is really, really good to see. I have a few questions here. The rural versus urban homelessness, that data, was that, just curious, was that where homeless are currently homeless or where they're from? In other words, did a rural homeless person move to an urban area as a homeless person? Just not a
Through the mayor to the councillor, and actually, Jesse, if you don't mind, I'm going to pass that one over to you.
Through the mayor, that refers, what we asked the service managers to do, including Porta, was provide their data on how many people experiencing homelessness and to categorize themselves as a service manager, rural versus urban versus mostly rural, et cetera. So it doesn't speak to where an individual came from, but it does speak to the composite of individuals within a particular service manager area.
Okay, thank you. The slide that showed projections, do nothing, stabilization, reduction, every one of them showed it was going to get worse over 3 years before it gets better. So what's the main determinant or determinants of why it's going to get worse before it gets better?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so I'll take a start at a response to this, but then Jesse will probably more articulately add to it. So within those models, we certainly are going to see an influx because this is the first time we're really making and aiming towards some significant investments and some significant builds specific to addressing this need. And those are going to take some time to ramp up in the short term. But then once we can ramp them up, and if there's any opportunities to reduce any sort of processes, even municipally, to expedite that, we can, change the direction of that curve sooner. But it's laid out in a way to realistically know we're going to have to really put some capacity and investment in place, to land planning and other pre-development work to really start building those investments and addressing the need.
Thank you. And this actually leads into my last question here quite well. And as you know, Manager Corley and Director Faber, I've been kind of concerned in my perspective, and I could be absolutely wrong in this, but the weak link to me is the transitional housing, and do we have enough capacity there? I've been like, is there a plan B for extra capacity in the short term traditional housing that we hope we never have to enact, but if it really starts peaking, do we have in the short term a plan to address that? And I emphasize again, I hope that a plan, should it exist, we never have to pull it off the shelf and make it happen. But that's one of my key concerns at the moment. Meantime, this long-term plan you've been mapping out looks phenomenal.
Yeah, no, and think through the mayor to the councillor, I think that's certainly a reasonable concern we all share. I think one opportunity we've been playing around with the strategy is we are, as much as we don't want to continue investing in short-term things like emergency shelter, we know we're going to have to make some additional investments there. But there's an opportunity, if we can do that in a shorter term span, then once we continue to address other sections or stages of housing across that red box of the continuum, in time, if we do things right, we're not going to need as much emergency shelter as maybe what we're going to establish in the short term. And then we can start converting some of that back to transitional housing. So hopefully that will kind of provide a bit of that balance in the short term. But I think there's a lot of other things we're going to really dig heavier into as far as those things we do control. Having more of those purposeful investments to prevent homelessness. Council has been amazing at supporting capacity investments in expanding just my team alone. So there is another position that's going to be directly doing some more sort of homelessness prevention type work, supporting vulnerable people, moving off of the waiting list into housing, doing some short-term case management to get them stable. There's already a position tabled for the next year budget too to do more of that homelessness prevention work. So we're hoping we can turn down that inflow as much as we can by changing and tweaking some of the things in our current system. It might even mean changing some of the different priorities attached to the community housing waiting list to focus more on people experiencing homelessness. So I think if council is going to support that strategy in September, I think that's a big green light for us to really do things differently.
Okay, well, thank you for the response. And actually, the past record shows that those interventions have been working too. So good work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you through you. Thank you very much, Michelle and Jesse. I have to agree, this is a very large and complex issue for sure, so good work. But one question is that you use percentages, 104%, whatever, but I never caught the numbers of what's the actually numbers in the city of Kawartha Lakes that are homeless and looking for places. I didn't catch that number.
Okay. Oh, you're testing my number ability.
I don't need to know it right now, but if you can just, that's okay, but
I'll give it a shot. Through the mayor to the councillor. So if my memory serves me correctly, we had 450 people experiencing homelessness at one point in time last year. Not necessarily all at once, but that was the total number of unique individuals who experienced homelessness across 2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you for that. And also you mentioned a lot about income, low income, but is that all with, the minimum wage, with disabilities, social services? Is that all grouped in as low income?
Through the mayor to the councillor, typically, yes, that is individuals who are kind of receiving basic social assistance benefits, basic pensions. And yes, I think we all have a pretty good idea with some of the information we saw around the costs of rentals. Even a single person working a minimum wage job full-time is going to probably really struggle and have some of that high need issues with around housing.
And is there any work being on those issues going forward to deal with increases with the social services and minimum wage and disabilities and so on? Is that, if that's where the problem is, how much time and effort is going to be put into looking for that? So.
Through the mayor to the councillor, really hard to predict, and kind of, I think, touches along some of the theme we talked about earlier about the provincial government who's in place at the current moment. We're not getting any indication that social assistance rates are going to be changing anytime soon. Yeah, and Councillor Faber is going to add.
Councillor Faber, I like that. Director Faber, I think this also speaks to Councillor Richardson's memo that she brought forward, was it 2 meetings ago, that advocated on your behalf to the Ministry of Children and Community and Social Services for the change in those OW rates. They've been stagnant since 2018. Yet I still, at the provincial level, am not hearing any appetite for adjusting them or even giving them an increase, as they have even through the Ontario Disability Support. They feel that the best solution for getting folks off Ontario Works is a job, is employment. And unfortunately for those with complex health issues and social economic issues, that takes a lot of time, and the amount of money they're offering just does not support that at all. So that's I have no good news on that one.
All right, thank you, and keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Awesome presentation. A lot of, obviously, Help Seeker does provide that data-driven when it comes to those social changes, so it helps you bring that report together. Would you say in the housing continuum is the biggest gap in that the market rate housing currently?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So I would have to say the biggest gap is definitely the deeply affordable housing. So not so much the market rate, it's the deeply affordable housing. And so really how we actually can very clearly see that need, measure that need, is through our office managing that waiting list for community housing. To be eligible for community housing, you do need to be either in that very low or low income bracket to be eligible. And that's that waiting list where we have 2,400 households waiting, and they can wait for 10 plus years for that opportunity. So I think that's very much in our face of the need, and the gap is there. This is where, what might happen on the private development side, I think is really, it's not going to directly impact some of our needs on the deeply affordable side.
Thank you. And also when you look at this investment plan and how you're, putting it into our different strategic plans as we move forward, is it too early to determine what those targets would be yearly to get that investment, so we're making sure that we're, moving the needle a little bit on those housing needs?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So great question. And actually I'm going to provide some other context before I throw out some of the new potential target numbers. If you recall the current 10-year housing homelessness plan, I think the target for Kawartha Lakes was 1,280 new units. And because this whole theme with this plan is really focusing on making the investments and building the new units that are going to make the biggest impact for those with the greatest need, the targets are actually going to be significantly less than that. So right now we're looking at, and this would be to meet that reduction model in the graph, if you recall. So that modeling is going to require 310 new deeply affordable housing units over the 10 years. 40 supportive housing units for those with kind of low to moderate needs, 30 supportive housing units for those with the highest level of need, which we have 0 of right now in our system, 85 new transitional housing units, and then in time, we'll make some investments in emergency shelter, but over the 10 years, we should net out to a reduction of 20 emergency shelter beds. And then there's investments too for homelessness prevention supports too. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you, and it certainly does, and it just shows you the impact and investment that is needed to actually, change the needle for us in the city of Kawartha Lake. So thanks, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Michelle and Jesse. Just 2 quick questions. One of them is, a while ago, I'm not sure if we still have it, but we used to have a rent bank for people who are having difficulty making a rental payment, or they want to get their first and last month's rent to their landlord. And we had that program, and I think it's called a different name. It's not called Rent Bank, but do we still have that program available for people who are having or are struggling trying to pay rent, and this would help them immensely?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So that's all within our bucket of what we called stability supports, which is effectively homelessness prevention benefits. Different than what the rent bank used to be. I think the rent bank initially started in 2006, and yes, I was around for that. But the rent bank was actually a loan program. We had lots of lessons learned and realized that's when you're already working with individuals who are struggling to pay rent, we help them out to get caught up, but then we're making them repay that, and their income's very modest. We've moved away from that a long time ago, and this is just a small grant that we're able to provide to households. So it's probably one of the easiest ways and the quickest safety net we can provide. I think certainly some of the investments and some of the strategy that's being developed is going to make sure we have sufficient investments to continue to support those sorts of options.
Okay, thanks. And final question is, of course, the immediate need is housing right now, shelter for people. I've come across a couple instances. I'm working with people. I'm sort of like the public defender for them. I've almost turned into, and these are people who have, say, for example, a nice trailer or an accommodation on their property, and they have someone living there under their umbrella, and they're doing fine as far as they're keeping them away from an urban setting and having to go into a larger town or village. But the problem is they can't, because sooner or later somebody reports it, and then they're going to be, into zoning and bylaw and that sort of thing. But we have so many people that can help out, but we have to change our own rules. Do you think if we could change our own rules and allow people to do that, even if it's for 3 seasons a year, for people to have shelter? I remember back in the 80s, across from our farm, we had an older couple that lived. They didn't have any children, so there wasn't any children involved, but they had a bus that they had renovated, and they lived there with another couple that rented the farm, and it was no problem with the landlord. They could use that accommodation, that secondary accommodation. But do you think if we could allow that secondary accommodation, it would help certainly cut down on these homelessness numbers? Because I know that there are so many people out there that want to help.
Through the mayor to the councillor. I'm probably not the expert to speak to some of those things. Some of those things are going to require bylaw changes, other planning policy changes and whatnot. Some of those conversations are certainly happening internally, and there's becoming the greater realization that because of the pressures that people are facing with housing, we're going to, and we are across various departments of the city, we're going to see people living in more unusual and in situations that were not intended to be a permanent option, but because of desperation, individuals are doing that. So I think in time, it's going to require us to continue to really start exploring, doing things differently, looking at other options to support some of those things. I don't know if some of those specific situations are going to be specifically a strategy or a strategic aim in our strategy. It depends on income levels and whatnot, and we'll be going back to making sure we're clearly defining our customer. But that doesn't mean that the city otherwise can maybe start building other housing plans that are more broader than the very deeply affordable housing and you know, on the homelessness response side of things. So I think there's options.
Thank you. So thank you, Ms. Corley, for great presentation and answering questions. And to you, Ms. Donaldson, thank you for coming this morning and presenting and answering questions as you could. We look forward to the timelines going forward and all of the issues that are going to be addressed. And it's good to have a plan. So thank you very much. We have a motion to receive the presentation. All in favor? And that's passed. Lunch is being served upstairs in the Weldon room for folks, and we're due back here at 1 o'clock. Welcome, everyone, to the regular council meeting of June 24th, 2025. A couple of reminders for today's meeting. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on your YouTube channel, and the recording is available after the meeting. This meeting is also broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco Subscribers Channel 10, HD Channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all of these ways, video or audio recording by members of the public is not permitted in council chambers. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. Indigenous Survivor Day, National Blanket Ceremony Day. June 30th is recognized as Indigenous Survivors Day. National Blanket Day Ceremony. This is a time to learn about and reflect on the actions that were taken during the 60s scoop and how lives were altered by the residential school system. By acknowledging this day, we can further engage in a shared commitment to truth and healing. The blanket, a sacred symbol, represents protection, community, and belonging, and the blanket ceremony wraps survivors in dignity and care, acknowledging what was taken and honoring what endures. Let us all take that time to reflect and honor those survivors. We'll now start our opening ceremonies and ask you to rise for the singing of our national anthem.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. We'll now have a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. We did begin the council meeting this morning, so we've already done the adoption of the open session agenda and disclosures of pecuniary interest on this agenda, as well as the presentation 4.1. So we will move to notices and information by members of council. Any notices and information from council? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Everybody is welcome to come to Bob Cajun on Canada Day for a wonderful party. There are lots of games for kids at Tommy Anderson Park from 10:30 to 1:30 with free hot dogs, ice cream, and cake. Then join us for a parade, steak dinner at the Legion, and of course the fireworks at Beach Park later in the evening. Bob Cajun is the destination. Also, though, not to be outdone, Kinmount is also having a Canada Day festivities starting at 5:30 at the fairgrounds with live music, Legion color party, wagon rides, lawn games, and refreshments for purchase. There will also be fireworks. And at Burt River on Saturday, June 28th, there'll be two events happening. Drop by the Burnt River Fire Hall for the car wash and get your ride shined up, beginning at 8 o'clock. Breakfast and lunch will be available. Come on out and support our local firefighters. There is also a community yard sale being held at the Burnt River Community Center from 8 until 1, also on the 28th. And not to steal my next door neighbor's thunder, but I just wanted to, I had the pleasure of joining Councillor Perry commemorating National Indigenous Peoples Day at Beach Park in Bob Cajun, and many thanks to the Truth and Reconciliation community of Bob Cajun for hosting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Canada Day is approaching on July 1st, and there'll be many activities in Ward 6 and Kawartha Lakes. Some of the larger activities will be at the Omimi Canada Day festivities. It starts off with a breakfast at the Coronation Hall in the morning, and also other events at the Omimi Legion throughout the day and the Omimi Beach Park, of course, where the fireworks will be in the evening, and the Ductonia race, which is a famous race every year, and tickets are available for that. The Omimi Splash Pad fundraising is underway, and proud to announce that through the cooperation of the Community Foundation of Kawartha Lakes, support the Omimi Community Fund, Let's Make a Splash in Omimi, to open for donations now. The Omimi Splash Pad is more than just a water play area. It's part of a bold vision for the revitalization of the Omimi Beach Park. And with your support, we'll enhance the park with intergenerational features that benefit the entire community, plus all donations are eligible for charitable tax break. So we're starting that campaign, and it's going to be exciting to have that as well. The beach park will be undergoing renovation starting this summer. And finally, I'd like to recognize Mr. Jeff Toohey. Jeff started his career in hockey as a scout for the Peterborough Petes and the Kingston Frontenacs, and as a general manager for the Oshawa Generals. He also was worked for the Arizona Coyotes and the Dallas Stars, and this past week he won the Stanley Cup as an amateur scout with the Florida Panthers. And I just want to recognize his 45 years of work in the hockey business. It's a business. Mr. Jeff Toohey, I wanted to congratulate him. He went to school and with my older brother, but I knew him as well. He's a great guy. Jeff Toohey, an IU Weldon graduate, and he's going to be bringing back the Stanley Cup for the first time since 2019 when Vince Dunn had the Stanley Cup here. So I want to congratulate Jeff Toohey on being part of the Stanley Cup Florida Panthers. Congratulations.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Happy Canada Day, everybody. I'm going to first start off with a Bad news, good news story. The bad news is our bank in Little Britain was robbed. A lot of people probably heard about it, but the good news is it was a great outcome. I happened to be traveling through Little Britain shortly, well, about an hour afterwards, and I see the first patrol car, and I thought, oh, great, we have some speed enforcement happening. Then I see a second patrol car. I go, oh, so we got, but the officers were not in their cars, and I go, that's odd. Something. Then, as I got to the stop sign, I see 4 to 5 more patrol cars. I go, okay, something's going on. What's going down here? So I spoke to an officer. I wanted to stay out of their way. They're still continuing their investigation. And in short, he said, perps arrested, money recovered, nobody hurt, most importantly. Physically hurt. So that's great. So I spoke to the detachment commander, Inspector Flindahl, of the OPP, and he said, we had the support of our emergency response team, their K9, OPP helicopter, the OPP Forensic Identification Services, as well as support from Durham Police and the Kawartha Lakes Police Services. All very well coordinated with a great outcome. So I want to thank the police services, plural, across the board here for keeping our community safe. And Kawartha Lakes Public Library is bringing back our hugely popular summer reading club this year. It's better than ever. Kids who can join Summer Reading Club get a custom reading passport to track their reading. We encourage everyone to read at least 20 minutes a day, and every day of reading earns a fun sticker. New this year is each participant uses their own personal lanyard as they read and take part in activities. They can collect cool add-ons like colorful tassels, custom library key tags, and collectible brag tags. Mr. Mayor, can we get brag tags as counselors? Sounds good, thank you. All 14 library branches in Kawartha Lakes are rolling out different special events and activities that take place over July and August. The Summer Reading Club theme is Around This World, where kids can take part in different crafts or activities that based on themes that explore fascinating global biomes such as deserts, forests, marshes, mountains, oceans, rainforests, and the Arctic. Also for preschoolers, story times throughout July and August at all branches. We have pop-up 17 story times at local city parks and beaches, as well as outdoor story times at provincial parks and the Trent Severn Locks located in Kawartha Lakes. Second year in a row, the library is inviting children and residents to take part in a special immersive experience at seven of its branches. Sorry, it doesn't list the branches here, so you have to go to the library website, where you can go under the sea. They've dubbed a submersive experience. Blends the real world and digital elements to create a fun and educational adventure for families. Backed by popular demand is the Touch a Truck series in partnership with city departments. And thank you to our city departments for participating, making this happen, where families and kids can get close up to awesome city vehicles like fire trucks, transit bus, snowplow, Zamboni, and more. The mayor and all councillors are invited to visit any of these 19 different events that are happening. And in closing, the summer reading program is shaping up to be our most fun and engaging one yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson. Councillor Yeo, I'll get to you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to congratulate the Janetville Community Center Volunteer Board this past weekend. They hosted their second annual Community Day. It certainly didn't disappoint. The crowds were huge, it was well organized, and I know that they raised a lot of money for the local charities. I want to make an announcement that the annual Decoration Day service at Emily Cemetery Omimi is being held on Sunday, June 29th at 2 p.m. This service will be held outside. In the event of inclement weather, it will be held in the chapel. Guests are encouraged to bring their lawn chairs. Pontypool Park Board and Pontypool Community Center are co-hosting an 80s dance party at the Nimigan Park July 5th starting at 7 p.m. featuring live music for Two for the Show. This is an epically talented group of two, and it's $15 or $20 at the door. The Fowler's Corners and District Lions Club Cruise Nights are now happening every Thursday night from 4 till dusk. They feature different live music each week, right now to the middle of September, and all these funds too go to local charities. Just on one note, just want to wish happy graduations to many levels of schools. However, to our primary groups this year, students wishing them a safe, fun summer. Get out there, enjoy our parks, trails, beaches, recreational programs, library programs, and just stay connected to our local community hubs so you can see all the fun stuff happening in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you through you. First of all, I start off with I attended the 6th annual Kawartha Lakes Youth Awards. Every nominee deserves a big shout out. This is an incredible thing they do. They're a very, very impressive group, and so congratulations all the winners and the finalists on that day. Also attended the Cynthia Moody Best Award. It's a 3-on-3 basketball tournament that was held at the Boys and Girls Club. This is a special event that brings together athletes and families and community members to celebrate the spirit of sportsmanship, teamwork, and the community engagement. So thanks to the Riley Family Law Firm and all the volunteers that made this happen. It was a great event. Also on the weekend, the Mark Walkathon, he does this every year. Just a great guy, and all the funds he makes goes to a place called Home, and which is really needed, these funds. So thanks, Mark, for your dedication and that you do every year. This Friday, we have a kickoff downtown. It's Summer to Canada weekend. We got live music throughout downtown, classic Canadian music. Stores are open late, pop-up vendors, special events, and sales in stores. Also, there'll be a family fun area at the Value Mart lot, hosted by the Big Brothers and Sisters. If it doesn't rain, if it rains, it'll be delayed until July 4th, so just watch the weather because it'll be a great evening. We also have a little special thing going on also. It's an art installation. We partnership with the City of Kawartha Lakes and the Lindsay Downtown BIA on the Main Street. There's an art exhibit that will be in that parking lot, so it'll be officially unveiled at the summer kickoff, whether hopefully it's this Friday instead of next Friday. So, and last is that the ATV, Kawartha ATV Polka Run was held on June 7th. There were over 300 participants and over 60 volunteers. They started at the Log Chateau Park and ended at Burnt River Community Center. They raised $19,000 for the Ross Memorial Hospital Foundation project to expand and update the emergency department. This brings the grand total so far for the ATV Club to $84,000. So congratulations to the Kawartha ATV Association for all the work they do. And that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tanishi. Yeah, wow. Just wanted to acknowledge our first council meeting following Indigenous Peoples Day this past Saturday. And of course, at times like these, to acknowledge my ancestral granny, Nakani Kijuak of the Menominee Anishinaabe, the people of the Wild Rice. Because of this occasion, I brought with me today my Métis sash. You may notice it's darker colors, which represents the dark times in which we find ourselves. From the invasion of Ukraine to the horrific attacks of October 7th and now the genocide in Gaza, missile strikes between US, Iran, and Israel, the dark times sash and the dark times I know are affecting us all. As Métis people, we faced dark times, from Batoche to exclusion from Indigenous health legislation to the 60s scoop, as you mentioned earlier, Mayor. And I carry hope, though. I carry hope not as a wish, but as a fierce lived belief that's taught by Métis ancestors, and I know shared by everyone around this table. And that has also been shaped by organizing and the fact that we can really work together to build power for the justice that we all deserve. In terms of hope, I want to celebrate the first ever Pride painted sidewalk and road crossing that came to Ward 3 in Fenland Falls. I stand proudly and joyfully with Kawartha Lakes Pride, celebrating love and diversity and that vibrant spirit of our local 2S LGBTQ+ community. And while, to honor suffering with truth, some of the comments online have been more than disappointing, Mayor, they only underscore the importance of Pride and the progress we still need to make. And I'm inspired especially by the courage and joy of our queer youth and families and their allies across the city. There's work to do, but let's keep building a community where everyone, all of us, can live and love freely with pride. So happy Pride. I talked about hope. And Mayor, on the first council meeting after Indigenous Peoples Day, I'd like to just mention a few places I have found hope. I found hope recently in our unanimous concerns expressed around Bill 5, which seeks to recolonize Indigenous peoples in Ontario, let alone acknowledge their historic and treaty rights for consultation, and also bucks the rule of law for all of us. I found hope in the unanimous support around this council, if you'll remember last year, when we added that Indigenous leaders locally will be added to the list of public officials for whom the City Hall flag is lowered when they pass, making Indigenous people appear as our local reality. Very hopeful. The Indigenous mural that was painted at the public school last week, Mayor, another sign of hope. And the Michigan Day event that Councillor Warren was at and just mentioned, people coming out on Indigenous Peoples Day itself. And so, in the spirit of hope and togetherness, and in the Anishinaabe sacred teachings of humility, bravery, honesty, wisdom, truth, respect, and love, it's through these ways I firmly believe we can come together and journey forward with a hopeful future. And we got to say, in terms of a hopeful future, there are lots of great things that have been going on in Ward 3 the past few weeks. It was a pleasure. I know, Mr. Mayor, you were there for the first ever Kawartha Sun Run, half marathon, 10K and 5K. Over 700 participants in its first outing. And local road runner, you may see Russell Gibson on the road sometime in Ward 3, placed second in the half marathon, being the fastest local participant time. So congratulations to Russell, and thank you to Sandy Orlando and to Cindy, the co-directors of the race, for bringing this event to Ward 3. On Saturday coming up, you may feel kind of funny that evening. It's not simply craziness in Fenelon Falls, it's madness. Moonlight madness, to be precise, from 5 to 10. I used to call it midnight madness, Mayor, but apparently that was staying up too late, so it's from 5 to 10 and has been renamed Moonlight Madness. Full of shopping and tasty bites, apparently, live entertainment, games, and more, fun for all ages. So please join us for Moonlight Madness in Fenelon on Saturday night. Canada Day, of course, the fireworks are the best in Kawartha Lakes. So Canada Day, if you'd like the best fireworks, please join us for the whole day up in Fenelon Falls in Ward 3. Thank you for your indulgence, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Oh, is he done?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just this past weekend, before this last weekend, on the 17th, Father's Day weekend, we had the Freshwater Summit in Coboconk. Once again, a huge success. Thank you to the local businesses and the group that puts it on for free for all the kids. Coming up in July on the 12th is the Norland Festival. So come on up to Norland and enjoy the day of activities, weekend of activities, Sunday the church service, of course. And in August, the weekend of the 23rd, 24th, just an early note that the Duck Derby is coming back to Coboconk after a few years hiatus since COVID and the rebuilding of the Coboconk Dam and everything put it off. The Ducks are back in town, so be sure to get your tickets and come watch the Ducks float down into Balsam Lake. It's always a great day, so thank you for that.
Thank you. I have a couple of notes. I attended a session at the Ross Memorial Hospital last week where they were celebrating achieving 80% of their goal for capital to go towards their expansion. And they're quite hopeful that very soon they're going to be at 100%. And you will see more from them on their announcement about how the expansion will take place. I was also privileged to be invited to the Municipal Finance Officers Association dinner. They were meeting here as our own Dr. Adam Found is the president of that organization, and they had their annual meeting here and thoroughly enjoyed engaging with lot of interesting discussion. Also, yesterday, I was at the Boys and Girls Club for their annual general meeting, and it was a good meeting, and we received a plaque from the Boys and Girls Club as a partner for our contributions to them this year and over the past years, which has allowed them to expand outward, particularly this year, to Fenelon Falls. And they have more plans to go forward. So it's, I think the Boys and Girls Club is a very integral part of our community, and I was very pleased to be there. So thank them for the award and thank them for the work that they do. Moving on in our agenda, can I have a motion to receive and adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of May 20th, 2025? Deputy Mayor McDonald, seconder, Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Moving into deputations. Item 8.1 is a request for the installation of a three-way stop at the intersection of Parkside Drive and Brock Street in Lindsay. It relates to item 14.1 on the agenda, and we'll ask Ms. June Brand to take the podium. And you have 5 minutes. Just press the button at the bottom.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you to Council for the opportunity to present this petition on behalf of myself, excuse me, and my fellow Parkside Drive residents for a three-way stop sign at the intersection of Parkside Drive and Brock Street in Southeast Lindsay. The speed of traffic on Parkside Drive has been of concern to those living there for several years now, and in fact was addressed to previous council representatives, but to no avail. Except for a digital, this is your current speed billboard, put at the top of Parkside Drive at the Highway 36 intersection several years ago. As in all areas of Kawartha Lakes, and especially Lindsay itself, Southeast Lindsay is seeing rapid growth in housing, which brings with it many construction vehicles, commercial vehicles, and increased general traffic flow, all of which is exacerbating the use of Parkside Drive as a byway between Highway 36 and Highway 35 via Parkside Drive to Logie Street, onto Lindsay Street South, and there onto 35. As evidenced by the number of signatures on our petition, I attended every house on Parkside Drive and several on Brock Street at the said intersection, and only 5 signatures were not obtained. 2 abstained, and 3 residents were not home after 3 attempts. Every other homeowner not only signed my petition, but thanked me for doing so. And I heard several stories of near misses and witnessing of excessive speed which plagues our road by town buses, commercial vehicles, private vehicles, all considering our home area where we live as not being of any consideration when it comes to safety, noise, and the enjoyment of our street and surrounding neighborhood. This problem is getting worse and will continue to do so unabated due to both the multiple housing developments going on in Southeast Lindsay and the absence of a three-way stop sign at Parkside and Brock Street to slow down and, we the residents believe, reduce the amount of traffic. As once drivers realize they have to stop at Brock, they will not be able to get up the head of steam speed they are currently able to do. Please note that Parkside Drive is part of the area formerly referred to as Pumpkin Hollow and is a very long, steep road from the bottom of Logie straight up to Highway 36 at the top, with nothing in the entire stretch to motivate drivers to adhere to residential speed limits. There are other routes drivers can take to reach Highway 35, for example, 36 south to Highway 7, or Queen Street south to Lindsay Street, Queen Street being a far more commercial area than our lovely neighborhood. We respectfully request Council give permission for a three-way stop sign to be installed on our street. Thank you.
If you just stay at the podium for a minute. in case there are any questions. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation first? Deputy Mayor McDonald, Councillor Warren. Question, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, through you. Thank you, June, for your presentation today. And I'm bringing a resolution later on in the agenda for that situation. Okay?
Any other questions or comments for the deputant? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? Thank you. Item 8.2 is proposed heritage designation of 48 Main Street, Bobcaygeon, and it's relating to item 13.18 on the agenda. Mr. Brad Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for seeing me. I'm a public speaking council meeting virgin, so bear with me here. I'll do the best I can. I purchased the building in September of last year. One of the things I liked about the building is that it's been completely renovated and there's very little of the original building left. And it still managed to keep the look of the older building. The one major concern about the building, and I brought more pictures today from I should have put in before with my application, I guess, or email when I objected to this, is that the bricks are decaying really bad. And if you notice, on the front and the side, it's been painted 4 times with a lead-based paint, which is encouraging the bricks to decay at a larger than normal rate. Now, one of the things I didn't know about bricks is when you paint them, they need to breathe, and apparently whoever painted this building didn't know that either. Because I've been warned that when I water blast this to get it off, there's a good chance half the bricks are going to come off. And you can see around the building, there's other pictures there where the bricks have decayed. The chimney has completely collapsed. I don't know if you guys have those pictures from the application that I put in. I included them. The chimney is completely collapsed. Above the windows there's lots of places around the building where the bricks are decaying and falling apart. That's the only remaining part of the building that's original. Now, when I don't know how I'm going to fix it. I'm not in the financial position to take it on at the particular point because it's going to be very expensive. And I knew that when I bought it, but I didn't know that you guys were going to try and make it a heritage building. I've looked into it and I've been suggested several ways to do it. I've actually talked to a heritage expert that said you'll never match those bricks. There's no way to get them. He said the bricks that need changing, try and change them to something more modern, but I'm not sure when we blast the front of that building and the side that there will be enough bricks. The other thing to look into is siding. I don't know which direction I'm going to go. It's going to be cost effective. I would like to maintain the look of the building. I like it. I think it looks nice. I think it goes good with the community. I live in Bobcaygeon. I like the old look of the street, and I'm going to try and maintain that. But if we have to replace the bricks, that means there's nothing left of the original building to make it a heritage building. Besides that, we know there's a huge economic downturn coming in our economy, and it's going to put my family under undue stress if we have to start doing this to certain guidelines or trying to buy bricks out of the States or whatever they would suggest that I do to try and maintain the look and stay with the bricks that are there. Besides that, everything else has been replaced. The inside walls, the floors, the plumbing, the electrical, there's nothing that remains of the original building but the bricks. So by the time we fix them, I don't understand how it could be a heritage building. That's it for me.
Thank you. If you just stay there for a couple of minutes.
Yes, sir.
Can I get a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Warren, Councillor Doble. Councillor Warren.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming, Mr. Thompson. Do you realize the heritage really part of the designation is the outside? It has really nothing to do with the inside. I know the building quite well. I remember when it was a Becker's store, so that goes back a long time. So I just wanted to tell you that it's about the outside. And I was wondering, I'm sure you've talked with Emily Turner. There are grants to help with maintaining the heritage designation. Are you aware of that?
I have been told that, and I haven't looked into it 100%. I've been told that if you go, like if that happens, it's going to become a hell of a lot more costly. And I was told the grants will cover it all. Not to mention, once we redo the bricks, there's nothing left of the original building.
And that's what I'm trying to say. It's really the outside is.
Yeah, but there's nothing outside that'll be original. All the windows have changed, the doors have changed. The only thing is that I want to stick with the look of the building, right?
And it's.
But there will be absolutely no original materials left to make heritage.
So again, it is the, not to argue with you, but it's the outside and the look of it, which I think it sounds like from your deputation that you want to maintain
Yes,
that
I
look
do.
too.
Yep.
So it's something that I think maybe we could work together.
I live like 4 kilometers from the building, right? Like I like the look of Bob Cage.
Yeah.
That's why I live there,
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So just to confirm, what we're really dealing with here is an unknown. Someday you're going to sandblast this paint off the bricks.
Well, the
and
building,
they may stay, okay, you have to replace a few. I saw the pictures, you're going to have to replace a few of them. Or the whole thing could come tumbling down.
I think it's
really,
somewhere
it's
in
an
between.
unknown. You don't know, nobody really knows.
Well, I don't know. We've chipped the building inspector. He chipped away at a couple of them, and they're soft. So guaranteed, there's going to be at least half of them need replacing. The bricks made back then were a lot softer, and if you go, well, you guys know more about it if you're heritage experts.
I'd like to
than I
just
would.
go back to that. I think that's, to be fair, I think speculation. Do you have the engineer's report saying half will come down, or?
I don't have an engineer's report, but I have the building inspector's report that says that it's in bad shape, and that when we blast it, we're going to lose a lot of the bricks.
Okay.
You never know which ones are going to go or not. I can't tell you that, but I can tell you it's not going to come out pristine. It's not going to come out like without a damage.
Yeah. Okay.
That I can guarantee you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for the deputant? We have a motion to receive, and we'll be revisiting this at item 13.1.8 on the agenda. So, all in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you for your
coming
time and
today.
consideration.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Our next deputant is Mr. Doug Whalen, and it's a request for increased frequency of yard waste collection in the city of Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to council today. As you are aware, Kawartha Lakes currently collects yard waste only 3 times a year, once in June and twice in November. Like many others, I don't have much in the way of space to store bags of yard waste. For me, that means several times a year, I stuff as many as I can into my car and drive half an hour from Bob Cajun to the Lindsay Ops landfill site to dump them there. For many of my neighbors, though, this is simply not an option. So they have to store the bags however and wherever they can. When collection day finally comes around, those bags may have been sitting for as long as 5 months. Many of them have reported to me that when they try to carry the bags to the curb, because they've been sitting so long, the bottoms fall out, makes a mess, so now they've got to clean up the mess and repack it in new bags. In my neighborhood, it was not unusual to see driveways with 20 or more bags hauled to the curb for collection a couple of weeks ago. One neighbor told me he put out 36 bags, and when the truck came by, it didn't have room to pick them all up, so they had to come back the next week. I can't say for sure, but I would expect he is not the only one that this happened to. By any reasonable measure of service, I believe it is clear that the current schedule does not adequately serve the needs of Kawartha Lakes residents. It is also well below the level of yard waste collection service provided by surrounding municipalities. For example, Peterborough does it weekly from April to November. Durham does it weekly from April to December. Simcoe bi-weekly from April to December, and Northumberland weekly from April to November. I also reported my concerns to issues at Kawartha Lakes so that to get a response from staff. I was advised that Waste Management has received similar comments from many other residents and is thinking about possibly making a recommendation that council should consider increasing leaf yard collection frequency as part of the next waste management collection contract. They noted that planning could start this year for possible implementation in 2027, depending, of course, on council approval, and noted that a decision like this takes time, to be approved as part of the municipal budget process and built into contracts. I responded and noted that the idea of any kind of improvement in yard waste collection being a minimum of 2 years away is a bit disappointing. Even going to once a month from April to November would be a great improvement and only amounts to an additional 4 collections over the current schedule. There would appear to be ample time to consider the budget implications for that for implementation next year. And while I appreciate the need to deal with the waste collection contract, I can say that over 45 years in business, I have never encountered a contract that could not be either opened or have an extension added to it to accommodate new or added business. More than anything else, I believe what is needed here is a greater sense of urgency and a bias for action. As an example of that, let me take a moment to both thank and compliment Council and CKL Waste Management for their excellent leadership and timely response to dealing with the ice storm, particularly given the logistical challenges involved and the sheer quantity of debris. It was truly a tremendous effort, and it was greatly appreciated, certainly by myself and everyone that I have talked to. But in doing that, you have raised the bar. You have proven that when a clear need is identified, CKL is more than capable of responding quickly and effectively to identified needs. I remain hopeful that you will consider applying that same spirit and that same urgency to dealing with the clearly identified need for more frequent yard waste collection.
Thank you. If you just stay there for a minute. I have a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Joyce, Councillor Warren. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, not really a question, but I emphasize with you, and listening to you brought a smile to my face because I too wanted to make a change to the contract of garbage collection. And I also said in my 40 plus years of business, there's not a contract I couldn't see that you could change or whatnot. And the director of Public Works at the time pulled the contract out and showed it to me. Says, this is what's going to happen if we change the contract now. And oh, okay. Yeah, we'll wait to 2027. So things are in motion. There won't be a change in 2026. It's very costly. Yeah, I know it's hard to understand.
I find it impossible to believe that, an addendum or an add-on letter could not be added.
Oh, it can. But it's the cost behind it was so prohibitive. So trust me on that, but also trust me that we are definitely looking at increased yard waste collection. So.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and just, we are hoping that the upper level of government's going to help us with the cleanup costs. So it's not, we didn't actually raise that. We were hoping that they would be partners in that. So we'll have to see. But we are looking at improving yard waste. But as my counselor to the right said, it is difficult, but we will be looking at it for sure.
We are on the waste management committee.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the deputant. And I just one of your comments at the end there that we raised the bar and how fast we cleaned up after the storm. And I appreciate that you live in the village and that your pickup was quite quick. Right now, where I represent, pickup is just starting. So people have had brush in their front yard since the storm. So you do the math on days, but to even intimidate that the cleanup was speedy at all is very much a misnomer. So just for the record, not a good point. Thank you.
If you want to stick around, and there is a report and it talks about what the cost of that cleanup is, which is quite staggering.
I'm sure it was considerable, just seeing the activity around the region. I have no doubt it was, and that it was private contractors involved.
Yeah.
But the point was, though, when action was needed, council made it happen.
Absolutely.
And that's kind of my point. It's kind of make it happen.
Point taken, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
All in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputant is Glenda Morris and Peter Petrosoniak. You have 5 minutes, and the item is the Pottinger Street sidewalk options relating to item 13.1.9 on the agenda.
Thank you. Very much appreciate you making the time for this deputation. Yes, it concerns the decision you'll be making about sidewalks on Pottinger Street in Lindsay. And we respectfully hope that you will take into careful consideration the following facts and perspectives. We have 5. Item 1 is the Active Transportation Master Plan. Council has endorsed the Active Transportation Master Plan report, and that advocates for sidewalks on both sides of streets. This recommendation is grounded in the importance of creating safe walking spaces and making this a walkable community for everyone. Item 2 is a request from the Trillium Lakelands District School Board. The school board has formally requested sidewalks on both sides of Pottinger, and this is in the interest of student safety. The request reflects the need for a safer walking environment for children who travel to school, and it is an important consideration for council. Parkview School is just at the end of Pottinger Street. Item 3 is the long-term benefits for the community. While the preferences of the current residents of Pottinger Street are important, it is also crucial to consider the broader, long-term impact of this decision. Sidewalks would provide lasting benefits for children, families, and pedestrians in general, improving safety and access, and building community. Sidewalks are community builders. This would align nicely with the council-adopted strategic plan goals of a healthy environment and an exceptional quality of life. Item 4 is balancing safety and convenience. When weighing the safety of children and the broader health benefits of encouraging physical activity, it is important to prioritize the needs of young pedestrians over the convenience of a few adults. In many cases, decisions that benefit children's safety and well-being are seen as essential, even when they require adjustment from adults. Item 5 is cost-effectiveness and timeliness. The opportunity to install sidewalks on Pottinger Street as part of the larger project represents the most cost-effective and most efficient option. Retrospective installations would be inevitably incur higher costs and disrupt the community more. Now is the ideal time to make the improvements, ensuring safety and accessibility for everyone. We wish to emphasize that our intention is not to be disrespectful to the residents of Pottinger Street, nor do we wish to make an adversarial situation. Our goal is simply to bring emphasis to these clear facts and to clearly and respectfully advocate for a decision that will benefit long-term safety and the well-being of all members of the community. Thank you.
Mayor and members of council, I'm not going to repeat anything. I just want to thank Department of Engineering. I had some discussions with Mr. Director Rojas, and I am happy that they have provided some sidewalk options. So whichever option you choose, it doesn't really matter, but it needs to be a sidewalk option. And I think there are a couple of options there, but no sidewalks should not be an option for the same reasons, for those reasons that Glenda just raised. And I have to reiterate the safety and health and welfare of the residents. And that it does include adults. It includes those with walkers. That whole street has sidewalks on both sides except for that small section. It only makes sense to include it there. But then to highlight it is the request from the school board, which does say that there are dangers for the children, and that really has to be brought into focus. And the other thing is also that these sidewalks are all intended to be on city property. This is not expropriation, so the city should have dominance over that area and do what's best for the residents. Thanks.
Thank you. If you stay there for a couple of minutes, please. Any questions, comments for the deputants? I get a motion to receive the Councillor Doble and Councillor Perry. Again, any comments or questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming today. All in favor? And that passes. Our next deputant, speaking on the Pottinger Street sidewalk options, is Sarah Graham, and she's joined by Mr. Bill Vollmer.
Good afternoon.
You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thanks for hearing us today. We're actually the affected residents of Pottinger Street for the sidewalk issue. As a police officer of 24 years and certified in crime prevention through environmental design, I heard, as it was brought forward to me recent, that they wanted to take 15 to 17 feet of frontage from the properties on the south side of Pottinger for the one part of that block. Part of that, as I looked at it, and they said it was for public safety and the children, I don't know if it's known, but I'm being certified in that. The reason why there's only one sidewalk in that on Adelaide and on Pottinger is to keep the children on the direction of where the crossing guard is assigned to get the children safely across. So that was the safety factor of what the city has put in and implemented around a lot of schools, is that it goes down to one sidewalk to bring it to one crossing guard. Not sure if the school board is going to be adding more crossing guards, if that's the plan. The 15 to 17 feet taken from the frontage of the property now ridiculously takes amount of parking that the residents are using, including someone that just got certified for a garden home, I think it's called, where they made the shop into a home. They had to get all permits being so far from the roadway. The new sidewalk now goes right to his front porch. And he only has now parking for one vehicle instead of just two. Beside him, they're losing from 4 vehicles to 2. So that parking that they were saying they want to put a parking lane in, you now have residents parking on the street. I'm not sure if the city is now going to be issuing parking permits for the street or not. When we're talking about 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes in the afternoon, and to affect so much change. The aspect of being certified in safety, I looked at the dead end to the west of Adelaide, which is beside the school, putting a larger crescent, which they're already putting in, but then there is a field that's not used by the park whatsoever, that they have the office, the storage containers, and all their equipment are being stored right now. And I would propose that you do what most governments do, as in the GO, the transit, and these type of features where they put a kiss and go parking lot in, where you now have the parents going in, dropping the kids off, having a sidewalk go straight up just to the school where there is no traffic affecting them, and that's only the parents going in and out. A side note of that is that there's no parking lot for that park, which there is a small little league soccer kids tidbits that they seem to use, and they park on the streets. There's a brand new splash pad. There's 2 little kind of crescents over on Angeline, and that's about it. There's no parking lot. So I thought, there you go. Now you've put a parking lot in, safety for the park, safety for the school. And also by putting the sidewalks in, taking the 15 to 17 feet of our frontage, there's a tree that's 1 meter wide. But we're taking these trees down that are over 100 years old. And then we also have the decrease in the value of the property, which also has come up. From not having parking spaces to be able to use your own home. These are normal homes. And not being able to have more than 1 or 2 cars to park in your driveway would decrease the value of the home. So that's kind of what we're putting forward. And now we'll go over.
So I am a mom. I have a kid that goes to junior kindergarten at Parkview School, and I'm also a landlord. We rent our basement apartment. We actually widened our driveway on purpose so we'd have 2 parking spots for our current tenants. We told them only 1 at this time because of the construction. We know there's going to be some stuff on our front yard, and but now we're not even going to have any parking spots for our tenants. If we put in a boulevard and a sidewalk, their car is 18 feet long. It will hang over the side of the sidewalk by 2 feet. There are businesses on the street as well. They have business trucks that are 20 feet long. They're not even going to be able to park in their driveway anymore if we put in especially with a boulevard and a sidewalk. We are going to lose 4 parking spots ourselves. Our kids are going to grow up and they're going to have cars. Where are we going to park them? Where are our tenants going to park? We're not going to be able to rent out anymore. We're not the only ones that are landlords on the street. This is going to cause a big problem for us financially and for the potential resale of our home if we ever decide to do that. And also, we didn't appreciate how the sidewalk and boulevard were put in. We were not given notice. We weren't given a little note saying, hey, these are the new plans. There is also a petition from a majority of the residents and people that live on the street that we all agree that this is way too much to take away from us. And as well for the safety, my son crosses the street. If we just move where the cars are driving during school pickup time and drop-up time, that would be a significant help. Also, there's the grading issue. The plan is to lower the road. My husband is an engineer, and he's informed me that because of the sidewalk and boulevard, you can only have a 2% to 4% degree level change. You're going to have to pave all the way up to my garage, and there's still going to be a bit of a hill. That's not safe for myself or for the residents, especially the elderly, during the winter time. I think that's it. All right, thank you. That's all we have to say. Any questions?
Thank you.
Did we make the 5 minutes? We were trying.
We'll get you to stay there for a minute. Could I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Doble, Councillor Richardson, any questions or comments for the deputant? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
The Pottinger Street issue will be dealt with shortly, and so just hang in there. Moving on to correspondence. Item 9.1 is a letter supporting the deputation and the petition. It's a request for the installation of a 3-way stop at the intersection of Parkside Drive and Brock Street in Lindsay by Ms. June Brand. Can I have a motion that correspondence be received? Deputy Mayor McDonald, Councillor Perry, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 9.2 is the request for Premier Ford support in expanding recent College of Physicians and Surgeons in Ontario CPSO licensing changes to include all approved jurisdiction countries. And it's from Andrew Vale, President of the Kawartha Lakes Healthcare Initiative, and Cindy Snyder, Recruitment and Retention Coordinator from Kawartha Lakes Healthcare Initiative. I need a motion that the City of Kawartha Lakes support the request from the Kawartha Lakes Healthcare Initiative for the expansion of licensing changes for the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Ontario to include all approved jurisdiction countries, and that the correspondence from Andrew Vale, President of Kawartha Lakes Healthcare Initiative, and Cindy Snyder, Recruitment and Retention Coordinator for the Healthcare Initiative, regarding a request for Premier Ford support and expanding recent College of Physicians and Surgeons in Ontario licensing changes to include all approved jurisdiction countries be received, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Health, and the Association of Municipalities in Ontario. All in favor? Oh, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Richardson and Councillor Joyce. All in favor? And that passes. 9.3 is Pottinger Street sidewalk options relating to item 13.1.9 on the agenda. It's a letter from Mr. Bill Steffler, Active Transportation Advocates, Kawartha Lakes. I need a motion that the correspondence from Mr. Steffler on the active transportation advocates of Kawartha Lakes regarding the Pottinger Street sidewalk option be received. Councillor Doble, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. We'll now move into presentations, and our first presentation is the asset management plan. We have Dr. Found and Mr. Peter Simcisco, Managing Partner of Watson and Associates.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief because I know Peter has a lot of material to go through, so I thought I would just make some quick introductions and set the context a little bit. So with me to my immediate right is Peter Simcisco, who is a partner with Watson and Associates, and he has been the lead consultant on this project. And to his right is Daniel Horvath, who is an asset management coordinator in the corporate assets division. And I want to make sure to give him credit for leading this project on the city side and taking it through all of its various stages. So I just want to make sure credit is given where it's due, which is mostly to these two gentlemen here. I did just want to set a bit of the context for council because I know the asset management plan is a pretty lengthy and dense document, so thank you for that, Peter. And I thought it might be helpful just to give council a bit of a starting point with respect to it. One of the things I do want to note is that the city and council has actually done a very good job in terms of closing our capital gap that we have been struggling to close over the last several years. And you'll see that reflected in the document. And the way in which you see that reflected is, first of all, the stabilization of our annual expenditure forecast when it comes to capital, as well as the financial capacity being there to meet those needs over the long term. And I thoroughly believe that those two achievements would not have been possible if it were not for the concerted effort that council has made, as well as staff, to really get that gap closed. So I'm very pleased to see that, and I think it's a testament to the work that we've done so far. But with that said, I do want to make sure that we understand there's still a lot more work to be done. And by no means are we out of the woods yet. There are still some improvements we need to make to become fully sustainable for the long term. But we've made great strides. So I think we as a collective body here deserve some credit for that. The other thing I did want to highlight for council is one critical part of the asset management plan in terms of a recommendation, and that is increasing the escalation rate of the dedicated capital levy from 1.5% tax increases to 2.5% tax increases. And I know nobody likes to talk about there being a tax increase. However, we do find ourselves in a very difficult situation in terms of capital cost inflation. And you might recall when we went through capital budget last time around, we talked about some specific examples of projects that have dramatically increased in cost. Not because the scope has changed, not because the need has changed, but simply because the cost has gone up dramatically. And I think I mentioned to council examples like bridges doubling in cost, facilities now being 2.5 to 3 times the cost of what they used to be for exactly the same thing. And so you can imagine that has placed immense pressure on our capital portfolio and us as staff in order to try to manage these pressures. And so in consultation with Watson and others at the city, we do think it's prudent to move that escalation rate up to 2% to ensure that we do become sustainable within a reasonable amount of time, and to reduce our reliance on debt going forward. So I think that's all I need to say at this point, Mr. Mayor. I'll be happy to turn it over to Peter at this point.
Thank you. Please proceed whenever you're ready.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be joining you this afternoon. So our firm, as was already mentioned in the introductory comments, was retained by the city to assist with the development of a comprehensive asset management plan. As Dr. Founder already pointed out, this was a collaborative effort. It's been a multi-year journey because the development of asset management plans does take quite a bit of time. And so I'm here this afternoon to present an overview of the asset management plan that's in front of you today. And to start with, I'd like to say what the asset management plan really is all about. The asset management plan as a report contains valuable information on the city's assets. It provides information on their replacement cost valuation. It also provides information on the current condition that the assets are in, the levels of service that those assets are supporting, and then provides important financial information in terms of what level of funding is going to be needed in the coming years to ensure that those assets can be managed sustainably. So before I get into the overview of the asset management plan itself, I did want to provide some context from a regulatory standpoint. Regulation 58817 requires all municipalities in Ontario to develop asset management plans. The regulation itself has been in force since early 2018, but I think in recognizing that there is quite a bit of work involved in developing an asset management plan, the province gave municipalities several years to come into compliance. So there were three kind of major phases of coming into compliance, with the first two already being in the past. The first one was due in 2022, requiring municipalities to develop asset management plans for their core infrastructure assets. And those core infrastructure assets were defined within the regulation as roads, bridges, and then water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. Then for 2024, so just last year, municipalities were required to extend those asset management plans to cover all of their assets, so including buildings, vehicles, and equipment, all of the assets that municipalities own and manage. But when we look at what was required to be within those documents to date, it was really a statement of facts. Those asset management plans identified the replacement cost valuation of the asset portfolio. They identified, again, information on what condition the assets are currently in, and what the current levels of service are that are supported by the assets. And then the asset management plans to date also provided a initial indication of what the costs would be over the next 10 years in terms of a capital expenditure forecast to enable a municipality to maintain current levels of service. So for this year, which is the final regulatory milestone, municipalities are required to extend the work that's been done to date in two important ways. Firstly, for this year's asset management plans, the plans need to identify not just what the current level of service is, but what the proposed level of service is for the municipality with respect to each service area and class of assets that's within the scope of the plan. Once that proposed level of service is established, the asset management plan needs to identify what life cycle activities in terms of asset renewal and replacement need to be planned for to ensure that that proposed level of service can be achieved and sustained, and the associated costs. And then the final aspect of the asset management plan is a financial strategy, which needs to look at, relative to the expenditures that are expected to achieve proposed levels of service, what is the level of funding that's projected to be available over the forecast period. And if that analysis reveals that there is a funding gap that exists, the plan needs to be very specific in identifying how that funding gap would be managed. And that typically comes about in one of a few possible ways. Either a municipality commits to ramping up the level of funding to close the infrastructure funding gap, or a municipality looks to reduce service level expectations in some or all areas to bring the costs down, or more often than not, it's some combination of both of those. And so this final or comprehensive asset management plan that's in front of you today really reflects that final stage of this process and will bring the city into full compliance with the regulatory requirements to date. Before I move on, just one final note here. The report, the asset management report, really is a snapshot in time, right? It's a document, it's a static entity, but asset management planning is an ongoing process that will continue beyond the preparation of this plan. There will be continued refinement and updates of the information. In fact, the regulation requires municipalities to review progress that's being made on implementing the asset management plan on an annual basis starting next year. So with that regulatory context out of the way, I did want to highlight that the development of this plan has been completed in several stages, very much in line with how the regulatory requirements were being phased in, with an asset management plan for the city's core infrastructure assets completed in June of 2022. In May of last year, there was a plan put forward for the city's non-core infrastructure assets. And then we're at that final phase now where, again, we're looking at a document that contains proposed levels of service as well as a financial strategy. So looking at an overview of the assets that are included within the scope of the city's asset management plan, the total replacement cost valuation of those assets has been estimated at about $5.4 billion. So that's a significant amount of investment that has been made into infrastructure and assets that enable the city to provide services to the public. That number is both big in absolute terms. It's also relatively large when we look at that on a per household basis, with the amount of infrastructure per household being well over $100,000 in that regard. And that's certainly in line with what we're seeing in other municipalities who provide similar services as well. So what you see indicated in the table on the right is a high-level summary of the types of assets that are included within each service group. And then the donut chart on the left illustrates the relative share of replacement cost valuation that resides within each of those service groups. I would highlight here that the largest share of replacement cost valuation resides within transportation services, which represents about 51% of that asset valuation, and another 16% being related to water and wastewater infrastructure. And so those hard services of transportation, water, wastewater represent together about 2/3 of the asset replacement valuation. So the next aspect of the asset management plan is understanding and reporting on what the current condition of the assets is. And understanding the condition or health of the asset portfolio is important because that's really what enables proactive planning for the renewal, rehabilitation, and replacement of the assets. And so to that end, there are a number of approaches that the city takes to assessing the condition of its various assets. In terms of the condition summaries that you will see reported in the asset management plan for roads, those conditions come from a physical condition assessment that was completed back in 2021 through a road needs study that assessed a pavement condition index for each road. Similarly, for the city's various structures, so bridges and structural culverts, just like all municipalities across the province, the city undertakes inspections of those assets every 2 years, and with the latest inspections being completed in 2024, so just last year, that's what's reported in the asset management plan. Similarly, the condition of sidewalks was last assessed in 2021, and so again, that condition is reported within the asset management plan. And then for all of the other assets where there isn't a formal condition assessment process in place currently, the condition of those assets is reported based on an analysis of the assets' useful or age, rather, relative to their useful life expectancy. Now that is a reasonable proxy for many assets. I would note, however, that for some things such as buildings or facilities more generally, age may not be a great indicator of condition, but there is a plan for the city to undertake an update of building condition assessments in the coming years and then to update that on a rolling cycle moving forward. So there will be better information on the condition of those particular assets coming forward in future updates of the asset management plan. So having looked at a summary of where the condition information in the plan comes from, I want to touch on this concept of levels of service. And this is important because ultimately the assets that the city owns and manages enable the provision of services to the public, as I said earlier. And so we need to look at the levels of service that the assets support. And the asset management plan in this regard contains a levels of service framework which looks at the levels of service through a number of lenses, through the lens of scope, so how much of an asset or where the assets or services are provided, and it also looks at the assets through a lens of quality. So what condition are the assets in, how good of a qualitative experience are they providing to the users, and also from a reliability standpoint, understanding that for assets such as vehicles and equipment, for example, it's less about how nice they are, it's about how reliable they are when we need to use them. And so there are several performance metrics that have been included in the asset management plan with respect to each of these key service attributes. And the asset management plan that's in front of you today was really developed with the objective of maintaining the current levels of service moving forward. So as I mentioned earlier, we do need to identify the proposed level of service. At this stage, that proposed level of service has been set to be consistent with the current levels of service that are being provided. So in that regard, the asset management plan then needs to, in terms of the financial analysis, identify a 10-year forecast of the capital investments that would need to be made over the next 10 years in order to achieve that level of service. So in this case, that's related to maintaining the current levels of service. The financial analysis is presented in two parts. Initially here we're looking at the tax-supported or tax-funded assets, and in a little bit we'll look at the rate-supported, so water, wastewater assets as well. So on the tax-supported side, the total capital expenditures that have been identified for the next 10 years amounts to about $811 million. And what we have identified on the right-hand side of the slide here are the sources of capital financing that have been built into the financial strategy, with the largest contributor or source of financing for these capital needs being the various infrastructure reserves. So that includes the asset management reserve, as well as a couple of fleet reserves, including public works and fire. The city is expecting to continue receiving certain external sources of funding as well, in the form of CCBF, or the former gas tax funding, and then OCIF, which is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. So those represent a fairly large share of the overall financing at about 15%. And then there are also going to be some needs for external borrowing to help manage the rest of the capital expenditures over that period, with debt financing accounting for about 15% of the overall funding mix over that period. So beyond looking at the 10-year forecast of expenditures and sources of financing, from a long-term financial sustainability standpoint and an intergenerational equity standpoint, within an asset management plan, we need to look at the longer-term needs of the assets as well. And this recognizes that many of the assets are long-lived, and many of them may not require any form of rehabilitation, renewal, or replacement over the next 10 years. And so to develop a sustainable strategy, we need to consider the full life cycle of the long-lived assets as well. And that's what's shown here with the bar on the right of the illustration. That shows the average annual life cycle costs when we look at the specific life cycle of each individual asset within the city's asset portfolio, in this case for the tax-supported assets. So in total, the average annual life cycle costs for the city's tax-supported assets amounts to about $84 million. And relative to that average annual life cycle cost, which represents a funding target that we should be striving to achieve consistently year after year in today's dollars, we're looking at the sources of funding that are currently built into the city's budget that help offset those life cycle costs. And so when we look at that current level of capital funding, or the projected level of capital funding for 2026, that's about $55 million, and that's illustrated with the bar on the left. And the difference between the two represents the current annual life cycle funding gap, which has been estimated to be about $29 million currently. And so the strategy, and I'll show you this on the next slide shortly, has been developed to help close that annual funding gap over the next 7 years, I believe it is. Now, there was a comment made earlier that the city has already taken strides in closing the annual funding gap. This is demonstrated by the fact that the city is currently funding about 65% of that funding target, which means that that gap is certainly smaller than what we've seen in a lot of the other work that we do in asset management planning. So it's still a sizable gap, but it's certainly a lot smaller percentage-wise than what we see across many other jurisdictions. So with that, the next slide illustrates the capital funding forecast that has been put together to support the financial strategy, with the main objective here being to close the annual funding gap at some point over this forecast period. And so what has been built into this, or the key contributor to closing that annual funding gap over the forecast period, would be ramping up the contributions to the asset management reserve. There are some proposed increases to the transfers to the public works and fire fleet reserves as well, but the main contributor to closing the annual funding gap again would be ramping up the contributions to the asset management reserve, with those projected to grow from about $17.4 million as of the city's 2025 budget to about $65.8 million by 2035. And that would see the city closing the annual funding gap by 2033, and from that point forward, just maintaining that level as capital costs continue to escalate. So in the final part, similar analysis here presented for the rate-supported assets, so water and wastewater. Firstly, again, we have the capital expenditure forecast that has been put together, so looking at the life cycle renewal and replacement needs of the city's various water, wastewater infrastructure. In total, over the 10-year forecast period, those capital expenditures are expected to total about just under $200 million. And then again, on the right-hand side of the slide, you see the sources of financing that are projected to be available to offset those expenditures, with the majority of that coming from borrowing or debt proceeds, and then the second largest contributor being the capital reserves that are rate supported. Now, when we look at water wastewater services in terms of the annual funding target, that has been estimated to be about $11.3 million, as illustrated with the stacked bar on the right. And a slightly different picture here than what we looked at with the tax-supported assets. When we look at the capital funding that's built into the city's water wastewater rates today, we see that there is virtually no or very minimal funding gap that currently exists as projected for 2026. So this again goes back to the strategic direction and decisions that have already been made in years past. And so the strategy would be to maintain that at that level moving forward. And so with that, on the next slide, we have an illustration of the total capital funding that's been built into the forecast to support the financial strategy. And that really just sees the city maintaining pace with the evolving life cycle funding target as capital costs continue to escalate over the period. And so total capital funding is projected to increase from about $11.1 million in 2026 to about $14.8 million by 2036, which would be an annual increase of about 3.3% to the total capital portion of rate revenues, which would be in line with general capital inflation. And so that provides a summary of the key elements of the asset management plan that's in front of you today. In terms of the recommendations that are provided in there, is firstly for council to consider approval of the asset management plan, and then secondly for that asset management plan to continue to be considered as part of the annual budgeting process moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Any questions or comments for the folks that presented? Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think when we're all sitting here right now, I think probably the main takeaway is going to be upping that dedicated tax levy. It's is it 2 or 2.5? I was kind of got mixed signals right there.
It's currently 1.5%. Tax increase, and we're proposing that it be increased to 2%.
2. So my question is, how critical is that 0.5% sitting around this table? Because I do recognize that when residents see that dedicated tax levy on their tax bill, they see the projects that are working for them in time in their communities. So to me, when I'm looking at this, how critical is that 0.5% right now when we're looking at trying to catch up on that funding gap?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can take that question. It really is critical. I mean, the whole levy itself is critical, and this particular escalation is critical, again, for a couple of reasons. One is we've experienced capital cost inflation like I've never seen before. It really is almost unreal. And we're obligated to try to get on top of that and to manage it as best we can. And so this increase in the escalation rate is essential to addressing those inflationary pressures, which thankfully seem to be easing in the marketplace. So that is one reason. The other reason is, I think as Peter was echoing, we do need to continue to close our capital gap, and we need to very much avoid decisions that were made, a long time ago where the can was simply kicked down the road. Because we know what happens when we make those decisions. We just make the problem worse for the next council that comes in. And we're really at a what I would describe as an inflection point right now. We're at a point where things are about to start to get a little easier for us as opposed to harder. And you see that in terms of, for instance, the backlog of capital projects that we've been showing every time we come with capital budget. That backlog gets shorter and shorter and shorter. And by the end of 2027, it should be gone if we stay the course. And so I think that's the second part of the answer, that this escalation is critical to staying on track, to phasing out those deferred projects, and to, again, becoming sustainable within a reasonable amount of time, which in this case is by 2033.
Thank you. And that leads to another question then. On one of your slides, I think it was slide 7, this managing assets to achieve the desired levels of service, what we're receiving today is based on that current level of service, correct? So today we had a deputation asking for a higher level of service, which is going to cost us money. How do we take that into consideration when we're looking at these type of plans?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make Peter's life easy and take this one as well. That's an excellent question. In fact, there's a part of the council report that addresses exactly that issue. It lists a bunch of the benefits of enhancing the dedicated capital levy, and one of those benefits is financial flexibility. So when we shift from relying on debt to relying on our own reserve, we dramatically increase our financial flexibility, so that when unexpected pressures like an increased level of service come up, at least as a proposal, council then actually has the financial flexibility to consider those kinds of proposals. And if council supports them, then we as staff have greater flexibility to support those decisions going forward. So I'd sort of like to give the analogy of a household. So a household who is under a heavy mortgage has less financial flexibility than a household that has a nice balance in the savings account. And that's really the transition that we're trying to make now. We're trying to move away from having a heavy mortgage toward having a healthy savings account. And that's the kind of financial flexibility we're looking to achieve. We won't achieve it tomorrow by any means. This will take some time. But I would emphasize if we stay the course, we will get there. And under this plan, we will get there by 2033.
Thank you for those answers. So clearly, like you said, build the savings account. You're more flexible. If we rely on more debt, then we're less flexible. So it's just better planning.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just split it into two questions. The first question was, and a while ago, Manager Dane said, and we talked about this, about obtaining a credit rating for the municipality, because some municipalities in Ontario have credit ratings, City of Ottawa, Toronto, a few other ones, and just like people, I mean, if you have a credit rating, whether it's good or bad, at least you have a credit rating and you can work on it. In your opinion, is that something that we should be striving to get? I know there's a cost to it, but the benefits could greatly outweigh the costs of it if we had a credit rating established for our corporation.
If whoever cares to answer that.
I was just going to say credit ratings are outside of my area of expertise, so I will defer to staff.
We're dealing with asset management, I think, here, Councillor. I don't know, Manager Daines, are you prepared to say?
Yeah, through you to the councillor. Yes, we just recently, I think in this year, have brought a credit rating report with regards to the cost of that. So we're not quite there. This does accelerate our debt, the asset management plan, for the short term as we move towards more financial sustainability with the reserves. So once we hit that sweet spot, and I believe that sweet spot might be if we're going out for more than 50 to 75 million at a time, we would consider looking at a credit rating.
Okay, thanks. And the final question is, and this is to do with asset management. There's other avenues we could look at, like One Investment, that's a non-for-profit Ontario private equity fund. There's Building Ontario Fund, which works with municipalities and Indigenous communities, especially the One Investment Fund. It's a $4 billion fund. Have we ever looked into that? And I'll roll my other question into it. I wasn't on council at the time, but we took out, I believe it was a $25 million debenture to correct things, and that was to, at the time, I think it was 2017 or 2016, whoever was on council here could verify that, but that $25 million debenture, I think it was called a debenture, was supposed to balance everything out. But I realize there's inflation and all that, but my main question is, are we tapping into these equity funds? Because they're there, and we can use them as municipalities, especially the One Investment Fund. That's a $4 billion fund that other municipalities use. I think about a half a dozen municipalities in Ontario use them, so we don't have to burden the taxpayer with higher taxes with the capital levy. I'm just asking whether that's something you've looked into or explored, or do you think it's an option for us?
I'll answer that again, through you to the councillor. We do use the One Fund right now for more short-term investments. We're finding that really, with the exception of the Legacy Chest Fund, we can't commit funds to a longer term at this point. We just don't have the cash flow required to put funds away for that length of time. So if we were at that stage, though, we would definitely look into the equity funds and bring something to council. It's the only way, actually, that municipalities can invest in the stock market is through the One Fund. It's a very well-managed fund and very safe and conservative, actually. So we will be looking into that if our funds reach that level that we can go longer term, because obviously those things need to be put away for a longer term.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and thank you to Councillor Richardson. She asked a lot of my questions, so we got that cleared off. Meeting needs over the long term. Dr. Fallon, you started the presentation with that sentence. Couldn't be more well said, and that's what we have to do, and thank you for the presentation. Questions, is the graphs point to a 2035, but I think you verbally said 2033 is the end of the capital levy. Explain that discrepancy, or did I hear wrong?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and apologies if I was unclear. So as the chart showed, 2033 under the current plan is the year where we would reach sustainability through that dedicated capital levy. And then that sustainability would just simply continue onward to 2034 and 35, which is the end of the plan and horizon.
So this capital levy would end at 2035, or it's forevermore?
This particular plan ends in 2035, but of course, well before that, we'll be back in front of council with another asset management plan, which will shift the plan and horizon out. And at that point, we would make whatever refinements are necessary.
I was just going to say, if we're both here in 2033, I'm going to remind you of this conversation. It ends in 2035. To that point, I've been telling my constituents the 1.5% tax levy will end in 2031. Now, I fully respect that the inflationary costs that we've talked about, I'm well aware of that, is unprecedented. But it's still something we have to explain. Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I entirely agree. It is something we need to explain, and My hope is that this presentation today, along with the asset management plan itself, when it gets posted to the city's website, will begin that conversation to explain the need and how conditions have changed.
A couple more questions. Just remind me, what's the examples of non-core versus core assets?
So that's just strictly based on the definitions within the provincial regulation, which defines core assets as being roads, bridges, water, wastewater, and stormwater, and then everything else is considered non-core. So it was just the way they phased in the regulatory requirements. They asked municipalities to first focus on those core assets, and then they said you get a little bit more time for everything else.
So I can go to emergency services and tell them they're non-core assets?
Theoretically.
They're not smiling. Gotta have some humor here, don't we? Graph, page 8, if we can turn to that. No, yeah, that's it. Oh, no, page 11, perfect, that's it. Just a comment that this is more to Dr. Found, I think, that it shows me that 2030, we know exactly what we're doing, but 2031 to 2035 is kind of really a forecast.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the entire chart is a forecast, but I think to Councillor Joyce's point, the first 5 years of the forecast are I would suggest much more refined in terms of the information that we have going into that part of the forecast, and then the latter half is a little fuzzier, let's say.
Which makes,
yeah, I think what you're going to say, which is to be expected, I think.
I was going to say,
yeah,
to be expected.
And actually that reflects why we want to make sure that these asset management plans are updated regularly, so that the fuzzy years as they come forward, they become clearer, and we refine that part of the forecast as it comes forward.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I have something. Who knew? I'm going back to your forecast and your plan that's inflated. We almost doubled the amount we were spending on capital this year. Is that not correct?
I'm not entirely sure, Mr. Mayor. Are you referring to the tax-supported capital budget for 2025 versus 2024? 2025. And it's doubled compared to 2024?
I believe.
It's maybe not quite double, but it's a significant increase.
So am I correct that our capital budget for 2025 was in the neighborhood of $127 million?
Correct.
52 million, which was roads. Is that correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So we're looking at 10 years to spend $811 million, which averages to me 81 million. So if we're spending 127 million on capital this year and we're averaging 81 million, I'm kind of wondering why we need the extra 0.5%.
Yeah, great question. So the 127 million is really 2 parts. It's a stated good repair capital budget combined with a expansionary capital budget. And the stated good repair component is about 73 million. Maybe 71 million. So it's a sizable, it's the majority, but it's by no means all of it. And then the balance is expansionary. So this discussion today is all about stated good repair, not expansionary. So you have to take the 127 and deduct from it about 60 million or 55 million, and that gets you down to the stated good repair part of the budget, which is for replacement, rehabilitation, renewal. So that's the part that we're talking about right now. And that's the component where the need is about $81 million a year over the next 10 years. And we're spending a little less than that right now for 2025. So you can see the need for the increase.
I'm not sure. Is the taxpayer going to understand and see the difference?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that's one of the reasons for having the dedicated capital levy segregated on the tax bill. So it's very clear to the taxpayer what portion of the bill is going directly and only to tax-supported capital needs. And I think if you combine that with today's story, along with the asset management plan itself, and then any outreach that councillors can do with their constituents, I think that should get across the larger, broader story to the taxpayers.
And I'm correct in saying 0.5% translates to about $800,000?
Correct.
So over the 10 years, that 800,000 is going to grow because 1% will continue to grow with inflation and with other things.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. It's the wonder we call compounded, and that $800,000 will, over the not even the 10-year period, just the 8-year period to 2033, will compound into something like $10.8 million. So it really, so making that sort of decision now really pays dividends down the road. And I think that's sort of to Councillor Joyce's point that we are trying to think long-term here. And that compounding is very much part of the long-term story.
Only people as old as me will recognize this comment, but the wealthy barber would be very happy with you. Thank you. So can I get a motion? I think the motion is that the report CA 2025-002. Can I have a motion to accept, to receive the deputation or the presentation? Councillor Warren, Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Then on the report, can I get that report CA 2025-002, 2025 Asset Management Plan be received, that the 2025 Asset Management Plan attached as Appendix A to report CA 2025-002 be adopted pursuant to Ontario Regulation 588/17 and as a foundation for the city's state of good repair capital planning needs, and that the adopted 2025 Asset Management Plan be posted to the city's website and be forwarded to the Province of Ontario in accordance with subsections 6, bracketed 3, 6, bracketed 4, and 6, bracketed 5 of the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Joyce, any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Mr. Simcisco, for coming today, and Adam and everybody else who had a hand in this. We'll see how we go forward. Thanks. Do you want to take a break now? Okay. We'll come back at, let's come back at 3 o'clock. On to item 10.2 on the agenda, which is our Archaeological Management Plan presentation by our own Emily Turner. And she is joined by Mr. Josh Dent of TMHC Inc. and Mr. Marcus Letourneau of MR Letourneau and Associates. Welcome, gentlemen. And Emily, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. All right, so we have our second AMP of the council session. So you'll notice in here that, like the asset management plan, we often call this the AMP. In our report, which you'll see in your package, we've called it the ARC MP to try and differentiate it, so we can talk about some of those acronyms later, but you will see this is called the AMP. We're going to change that when we finally adopt it. So today's presentation is an information presentation for council to see this plan, see the policy directions report, the mapping, ask questions, and then it will come back to council for adoption in the fall. So this will give everybody an opportunity to review it, provide suggestions, ask questions, as well as for it to be out in the public realm for a while for any comments that the public might have too. So I'm going to do a brief introduction, give you the background on the project, and then I'll hand it over to our consultant team to get into the nitty-gritty of the plan. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of background on archaeological management plan, they're very widely used tools in Ontario municipalities in order to help manage archaeological resources. So there are quite a number of other municipalities, mostly mid to large size ones, that do these sorts of plans. And they have two parts to them. So the first is a mapping part, something called archaeological potential mapping, that shows the potential for archaeological sites within the municipality. And the second is a policy direction report. So these are the policies, processes, and directions that tell us how to implement that archaeological potential mapping and how we do archaeology. So the goal is to help municipalities meet our existing obligations to identify and conserve archaeological resources as part of our land use planning process, as well as our capital project development process by providing data as well as consistent policies and processes. This touches on a range of city departments, a range of city processes. There are lots of city departments who do different things that touch on archaeology, who have been integrated into the discussion around this plan. One thing that's really important to recognize is that archaeology is mandatory whether or not there's an AMP. So if we don't have an AMP, we still have to do archaeology. Development proponents still have to do archaeology. They just don't have data or clear processes in order to guide what they're doing. So this is helping us fulfill existing obligations that we have under provincial legislation and policy. We have a variety of policy background that underpins this, so I'll hit on some of the highlights. AMPs are recommended as a best practice in the 2024 provincial planning statement, and they were also in the precursor provincial policy statement as well as a recommendation for municipalities to undertake. In Kawartha Lakes, we first had a recommendation on the books for an archaeological management plan in our 2012 Heritage Master Plan. This plan recognized the importance of Indigenous cultural heritage resources in Kawartha Lakes, and suggested that an archaeology plan be undertaken in order to address some of these. Recommendations to undertake one were also included in the 2017 amendments to our official plan. So a number of cultural heritage policies were updated at that time, and a recommendation to do a plan was included in 2017. It has also been identified as an action item in the 2025 to 2029 economic development strategy. And this project was first included in our 2023 special projects budget, with the current contract for the development awarded in February of 2024. So our RFP process took a little bit longer than expected, so the process has been slightly longer than originally anticipated, but that's where that budget is coming from 2023 special projects. I'm just going to touch very quickly on our strategic plan alignment before we get into the plan itself. So this aligns with a number of action items in our strategic plan. Under a vibrant and growing economy, this helps support streamlining our development approvals process by creating new data sets, processes that will be helpful for development proponents and property owners. Under the priority of good government, it also helps streamline and simplifies our bylaws, policies, and processes around archaeological management. It helps ensures municipal assets are well maintained and managed. as we look towards capital projects where archaeology may be part of that project planning. And it also advances reconciliation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples through ongoing and meaningful consultation. I'm just going to touch on that one very quickly before I hand it over to the consultants to get into the plan, since I know that this is something that we've talked about a lot. It's National Indigenous Peoples Month, so this is sort of a very good time to touch on this. So we do a lot of things towards reconciliation. Some of those are very small, some of those are quite substantial, and this is a very tangible action to help advance reconciliation in the city. We have very specific obligations with regard to the duty to consult. Then this includes archaeological resources. Plans such as these, they support early engagement with Indigenous communities, they increase collaboration, partnership, and consultation regarding archaeological resources. By adopting an AMP, we are putting forward a commitment to advancing reconciliation by respecting Indigenous cultural heritage and supporting its preservation and good management. So this doing archaeology, working with Indigenous communities to protect archaeology, it requires a lot of work, it requires resources, but it is very important to that reconciliation that we've committed to as a city. All right, I will hand it over to our consultants to get into the meat of the plan.
Thank you, Emily, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate being here today. Emily, if you could just pull up the presentation. Thank you. So we're here just to go over a bit of the work that we did for the AMP. We'll talk a bit about the engagement that was undertaken in support of this work. We'll get into the archaeological potential map, which is one component of the AMP, as Emily mentioned. And then we'll touch briefly on the policy direction report and extend a few thanks for the effort that went into this project. Next slide, please. So as a bit of a background, there are 187 known archaeological sites in the city of Kawartha Lakes. These extend over 10,000, 12,000 years ago to some of the oldest sites in Ontario. The vast majority of these sites relate to Indigenous locations. And Indigenous communities, of course, continue to manage their heritage resources within the city of Kawartha Lakes and elsewhere. Next slide, please. And so I'll just go over some of the sites and data that we've aggregated for this work. As you can imagine, there's been over 100 years of archaeological work in various forms in the city. So a big part of our job is to pull together as much of that data as we can. Through that work, we've identified, as I said, about 187 archaeological sites within the city of Kawartha Lakes boundaries. Of those, 136 are Indigenous sites or have Indigenous components, and 64 have historic components. There are sites that share both of those things. In supplementing those 187 locations, we also made efforts to find additional areas or locations that we had a high confidence that there would be archaeological materials either known to be present or highly likely to be present. And there were another 201 locations there. Next slide, please. We also looked at all of the previous archaeological assessments or studies that have been done in the municipality. There have been 388 that we are aware of which we were able to get 379 of those, which is a very high percentage, I can say, relative to other projects. And we've broken those down into the number of projects that were completed within the current policy environment for archaeology and those that were completed earlier. And I'll get into why that's significant in the next slide. So those assessments that I mentioned, they cover kind of the range of archaeological survey within the current environment, from your stage 1 research and background studies that are primarily a desktop process, through to your stage 4 archaeological assessments, which are usually your site mitigations, where you're removing a site usually in advance of some form of development. The properties that we flagged within the AMP potential layer are flagged according to whether or not there's further archaeological concern or if all archaeological concerns have been addressed on the property. And those are based off of the assessments that have been completed and whether or not archaeological sites remain. Assessments that were done post 2011 in conformance with the current policy environment, the standards and guidelines, and where no further archaeological concerns exist have been removed from the archaeological potential layer. And that's one of the big values of an AMP process, is knowing where you've already done work and you don't have to do any more. Assessments done prior to 2011 require further consideration, as they were not done in compliance with current policy and often not with the involvement of Indigenous communities. Next slide. Next slide. So our engagement for this was fairly extensive, as you can imagine. In getting all this information, we had to rely on a wide variety of sources, both local museums, provincial archaeological societies, local archaeologists, municipal groups, federal and provincial entities, and heavy participation, reliance on Indigenous community participation, as well as public engagement. Next slide. Indigenous engagement, you have a number of rights holders and interest holders within the city of Kawartha Lakes, including the treaty holders of the Williams Treaty First Nations, of which the Mississauga or Mississauga groups are usually the most involved, and that was certainly the case here. Next slide. Regardless of who was able to participate and who indicated they might not be able to participate, we did continued outreach with everyone throughout the course of the process. But as I say, we had significant participation of the Mississauga nations. Collectively, they decided to kind of work together, meet together. We conducted 5 meetings with the nations. They reviewed the archaeological potential map at various stages and the policy direction report. At this time, the AMP is supported by 3 of those 4 Mississauga nations, with Curve Lake still working its way through the decision-making process. Next slide, please. We also received feedback from the Ontario Archaeological Society, Ontario Parks, and Parks Canada. With the Trent Severn Waterway, there's a large number of especially marine sites associated with federal lands that we still wanted to be aware of for our modeling purposes. We held a virtual open house with the local Peterborough chapter of the Ontario Archaeological Society in November of last year. Next slide. In addition to these targeted outreach, we also worked with Emily on public outreach through the city website, where the draft policy direction report is currently posted. As well, Emily, with the support of the Ontario Archaeological Society, facilitated community pop-ups at libraries across the municipality. And we held a general open house in November of last year in Lindsay. Next slide, please. In addition to external outreach, we also wanted to make sure that we were connecting with a host of internal folks through our technical advisory team with representatives from the various municipal departments. We were able to hear from them, as well as through workshops with planning staff, the current situation within the municipality with respect to archaeological compliance, as well as where things could go. And those we'll get into when we get into the recommendations. Next slide, please. So getting into the meat of the first part of the AMP, the archaeological potential map. Next slide. This potential map consists of various layers that are aggregated through a lot of that data collection I talked about. The first layer looks at Indigenous archaeological potential, which is largely associated with waterways. That's the conventional kind of criteria, provincial criteria. Historic archaeological potential, which often associates with settlement roads as well as other historic areas. We take away the previous assessment layer, as well as any areas that have been significantly disturbed, such as quarry sites and other locations where there's no longer going to be any potential for archaeological sites. And then we also remove lands from outside the city's jurisdiction. So there are a number of provincial parks, as well as the Trent Severn Waterway and other federal lands that were removed. What you end up with is a composite archaeological potential area you can see on the right. Next slide. So that layer combines all of the previous information into one mapping tool. It's primarily terrestrial, so land-based. However, we also included some high-level marine considerations, just given the amount of change in water levels in the municipality over time. And as I say, it excludes the federal and provincial lands. Next slide. So what you end up with is a model for archaeological potential in the municipality. So these are areas with a high likelihood to contain archaeological resources, or a sufficient likelihood to have required archaeological assessments in most cases. This roughly captures about 94% of the known locations, that 187 archaeological sites, as well as the additional locations we identified, and covers roughly 89% of municipal jurisdiction. I will note that the primary determinant for archaeological potential within the model, as well as within standing provincial criteria, is proximity to water, and Kawartha Lakes has a lot of water. Next slide, please. It's also worth noting, however, that a large percentage of the lands that contain archaeological potential will likely never see development. So you have rural farmlands away from major settlements. You have Longford Township, which is unlikely to see many applications. You also have many wetlands and environmentally sensitive areas that are protected through other mechanisms. Normally, some of these layers would be removed from potential, but at the request of Indigenous communities, we kept them in just in recognition that they have many traditional uses that are associated with areas such as wetlands. Next slide, please. So ultimately, this archaeological potential map will serve as a planning tool for municipal staff and file planners to provide predictability and consistency about when an archaeological assessment might be required for a given application. So that creates this efficiency and consistency so that planners aren't relying on their own subjective or ad hoc processes. We've also created processes that can keep this information up to date. So as new archaeological sites are found, as new assessments are completed, that data can be added to this tool so that it remains up to date and reduces a lot of the redundancy there. The other important consideration is that this tool, having done all this work, really reduces risk to the city as well as to developers within the municipality. As Emily mentioned, these are existing requirements that are there regardless of whether or not the plan exists. And having this plan in place sort of creates a bit more certainty, a bit more predictability about where assessments might be required on both the city staff side as well as on developer side. What ultimately that leads to is fewer unintended, unanticipated finds of archaeological sites and ancestors, which can cause a number of problems as well as delays in work stoppages. Next slide. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague Mark to talk about the policy direction report.
Thank you, Josh and Emily, and through you, thank you. I want to also extend a thank you to the planning staff and to the members of the Municipal Heritage Committee and members of the public who really did provide a lot of feedback in terms of where this policy document went. I think it's important to recognize, and the plan goes into this in a lot of detail, there are multiple tiers of legal and ethical obligations in regard to archaeology. As has been mentioned, this is an existing obligation, and an AMP, part of the purpose is to actually help a municipality meet some of these obligations. So the slide goes through a little bit of this, and we go into a lot more detail within the policy document itself. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we also looked at were what were some of the local goals and objectives, and how would an AMP fit into the existing policy processes, frameworks that exist within the municipality? So our approach was to look at some of these high-level obligations, but also look at some of the real considerations about implementation on the ground, look at sort of what has already been in place in terms of the local framework. And there are a number of documents, as has been mentioned, that do have components that reference the archaeological management plan, and we have referenced these to the left. Next slide, please. So what we actually heard, and we heard this from a variety of sectors, there were concerns raised with the terminology and consistency issues between some of the different documents, and indeed even within some of the consolidated documents, such as the official plan. Some concerns were raised with the asset management plan, making sure that archaeology is a key consideration into some of these public works. We saw through the process some opportunities for greater communication and education. We talked about how we could enhance cooperation between different departments, build in and build on some of the TRC work that Emily has already been doing, and as well council has been doing, but also looking at what is presented to the public, what is developer facing. And we actually went through things like the municipalities' planning policy guides, what are the requirements for a complete application, well, taking into account what are some of the capacity constraints. And one of the things that we flagged is there currently is no redundancy for Emily, but an AMP will help identify some policies and some consistency as well. And some concerns we heard from the various Indigenous communities we worked with about their own capacity to be able to respond to numerous requests. Next slide, please. We also looked at issues of accessibility. One of the challenges right now with the province of Ontario is archaeological reports can only be accessed by archaeologists, but planners and municipalities have obligations under legislation. So looking at how can the municipality access and manage archaeological reports and data. Looking at issues of jurisdiction. What is the relationship between Kawartha Lakes and the Conservation Authority and other regulatory bodies? And concerns. We heard this at some of the meetings. What are some of the costs? Not all firms are created equal. And that was raised by both members of the public and Indigenous communities about concerns about how some work has been done in the past. What does the municipality do with its collections? And we also saw that there were some other things that could be done, some opportunities for education, but also coming out of some of the more recent work, particularly at the federal level, opportunities for using things like zoning to protect cemeteries and burial places. Next slide, please. So there are a series of recommendations within the report. Some of these are purely administrative, such as formally adopting the plan, recommending specific updates to the official plan, some of the new policy changes, looking at how zoning tools could be used to protect archaeological resources, looking at, for example, development adjacent to water. It's one of the areas where site plan control is still in force and effect, of using that as a means to help protect some of the key archaeological, highly sensitive areas. We worked through the planning application process guides. We actually also worked with the planning staff and with Emily to create public guides, such as the one you see on the right hand of the screen, where someone who's not familiar can follow these guides through, see where the key steps are, but also in some cases, why the obligation is there. We've already, and this has already actually been implemented, improving internal circulation to ensure that Emily is reviewing planning applications in various matters. We've updated things like the pre-consultation standard conditions to ensure that there is a clear statement of what to do if something is discovered. We identified the need for greater integration between planning, Emily, as well as some of the people who are involved with the asset management. Next slide, please. We've recommended re-examining, and recently we realized that an MOU was passed with several of the conservation authorities, looking at who is responsible for archaeology within those documents. And we've created unexpected discovery conditions and protocols. One of the things that we have also identified to be explored is the idea of a possible reserve fund for homeowners who make an accidental discovery on their property and can't afford to address it. And it is something that both Josh and I have run into across the province, where a homeowner has a discovery, they have certain obligations, but they can't necessarily afford to do that. Recommendations were included around Indigenous engagement memorandums of understanding, ensuring that there are quarterly meetings with the Indigenous communities. Laying out specific timelines for the update of mapping. That is actually something we've heard from a lot of jurisdictions that have AMPs, is particularly from the development communities, is if the maps aren't updated on a regular at a regular time, they become really difficult to use. We've identified the need for things like training and extending that to council and committee members, as well as creating a legal deposit. So archaeological assessments are not just sent to the province, but they are also kept internal to the municipality itself. Next slide, please. We've also recommended that the municipality create a roster of firms that can work for the municipality, who are able to address matters on a timely matter. And some of the last recommendations were things around creating a local repository, and this is something that's already ongoing as part of municipal work. And lastly, reviewing the AMP as part of the planning review on a 10-year cycle. So a lot of these things were to create more of a standardized process, to create standardized terms, but also to provide some background about why certain things need to be done. So a great example is the image on the right-hand side that shows what do you follow, for example, for the accidental discovery of archaeological resources or human remains. Next slide, please. And really, what we've tried to do with the recommendations is to respond to the responsibility and objectives of the City of Kawartha Lakes, trying to create a solution that fits the context. As, again, has been mentioned, these obligations do exist, and we find often they're created for the province, not for a community itself. And it will help proponents, landowners, municipal staff to manage some of this risk, streamline some of that decision-making process, and again, improve relationships with Indigenous communities. Next slide, please. And I will turn it back to Josh.
Thanks, Mark. So as I mentioned when discussing engagement, a lot of this work couldn't have been done with all the assistance that we received. I note individual members of Indigenous communities who contributed to the project here. Next slide. As well as a number of folks from the various entities, the Kawartha Lakes Technical Advisory Team, the Municipal Heritage Committee, as well as folks from Ontario Parks, Parks Canada, Trent University, the archaeologists there and elsewhere made a big contribution as well. So thank you very much for your time. I'll turn it back.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Richardson, Councillor Warren. Questions or comments? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. Great presentation. I was heartened to hear wetlands and input through the Indigenous community. Can you just give me a little bit more information and how maybe that could liaise with conservation authorities?
Josh, maybe I'll leave that to you.
Sure, I can speak. Yeah, I can speak to the wetlands, and maybe Mark, you can speak to the conservation authorities. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the wetlands component was usually what you might see in an archaeological management plan, are areas that have a relatively lower potential of, finding archaeological resources that is also balanced by how many there are. So one of the criteria we often look at are wetlands of a particular size, usually around less than 1 or 2 hectares, and their potential to be removed from a model just to help refine it and make it more accurate. What we did hear from the communities, from the Mississauga elders in particular, was the medicinal use that many of these wetlands have to them, the fact that they are sites for hunting and trapping, and a number of different traditional uses that they wanted to make sure were acknowledged. So I think that speaks to their continued inclusion within the model, and I think kind of demonstrates the model really is responsive to those communities. With respect to conservation authorities, Mark, maybe you can speak a bit to that.
Certainly. Just to build on it a little bit, as people around the council table know, there are certain approvals that are done by conservation authorities. What we have found actually working in different jurisdictions is often there isn't an alignment between what is approved and reviewed by a municipality, what is reviewed and approved by the conservation authority. And because, as Josh noted, one of the key indicators is proximity to water, the approvals may actually be a conservation approval. So what we have tried to do in other areas with the conservation authorities is at least have a flag to ensure that at some point there is a review. And this is one of the areas that in reviewing the existing MOUs, it's a little unclear who is going to be responsible for that initial flag. So again, often we aren't seeing a lot of work within these areas, but we've flagged that as a key consideration, in part because this is often where we are finding archaeological sites.
Further, certain wetlands may come under conservation, but others won't. The laws have changed from the province, but thank you for that. Anything that bolsters that is good. Will this plan feed into the official plan update coming forward?
So I can speak to that. So part of the policy direction report is a variety of recommendations for updates to our current official plan. So depending on how the official plan update process plays out, those could either be integrated into our current official plan through an official plan amendment, or into the new official plan. Certainly the gist of the recommendations will be integrated into the new official plan, what that exact wording looks like. But the new official plan will certainly have policies in it that are consistent with the recommendations in the AMP.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, great presentation. I'm really impressed with the depth and breadth that this plan has reached. I can say no stone is unturned on that plan. I just want to comment that I look at this plan and I think about Bill 5 and the Trent Severn Waterway, which we celebrate today, built in the 1880s to finished in 1920. Was actually quite devastating to our Indigenous communities. There's sacred burial grounds covered by the waterways in the Trent Severn Canal today. And my fear with Bill 5 is we're repeating history in a steamroller effect. But I'm heartened by the connection that we have a duty to consult, no matter where Bill 5 goes. So I'm heartened by that. I thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Richards.
Thank you, and through you. Thank you again. This is my second time seeing this presentation, one being with the Municipal Heritage Committee a few weeks ago. And I think for me, when it was presented, there was a few things that really stood out. The one was the mapping component. It's obviously going to be very critical to our planning department when it comes to streamlining some processes. So it's a good news story. Also, it provides that risk management for the city, for developers, et cetera, and it's also building those relationships with our Indigenous communities, which is really critical. So what we have in front of us is 21 recommendations. We're just looking to receive it today. It's coming back to council in September, so if you've got additional questions to review, or the public gives them opportunity to mull it over as well. So like I said, great presentation again, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder. We already got a mover and seconder. Yes. So, no more questions or comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming today and presenting. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for your work.
Thank you.
So we've received the presentation. We'll move on to the report. And the motion is that report ED 2025-010 Archaeological Management Plan be received, and that the final Archaeological Management Plan be brought forward for adoption at the September 23rd council meeting. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Perry, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. So we'll now move to Committee of the Whole, and as soon as I finish shuffling my papers here. So, I need a mover and seconder that the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting of June 3rd, 2025 be received, and the recommendations included in section 11.3 of the agenda be adopted, save and accept 11.3.11. I have a motion for that. Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed. And 11.3.11 is Councillor Ashmore. You wanted to speak to that?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to speak to it, maybe just ask a few questions about it. And I want to thank the members for bringing this bill forward. Now, what's happened in conjunction with Bill 5 is Bill C5, which was just passed by the federal government just a few days ago. So it's very, very similar. And I'm just wondering, it's called the One Canadian Economy Act. And my question is to the movers, is this a similar, are your concerns similar in this Bill 5, Ontario Bill 5, as they are in the Bill C5, which is almost identical? Okay, well, I don't want to answer. All right, so I was just trying to get a parallel because, things in Bill C5, are we objecting to that as well? So, or is it just Bill 5? I know Bill 5 is Ontario, but Bill C5, it's okay, everything's fine. Okay. Okay, so we're talking about Bill 5, Ontario, provincially, and which is ironic because they passed a Bill C5, which is very similar in Canada, because the whole idea of this is to get our country going again. We've been 10 years, we haven't got any projects started or things moved, major projects moved ahead. Like no bill is perfect, that's for sure. I mean, we talk about other bills as well, but what I'm trying to say is that looking at Bill 5, looking at Bill C5, and when you look at the rest of the country, and it doesn't matter what political stripe you have, just the other day, the Premier of British Columbia says he's okay with building a pipeline, which was, well, that's quite a turn of events. The Premier Wab Kinew of Manitoba, he's one to watch because he was really, really on the ball as far as looking at all all the things involved with the resources, and he's really looking at deepening the port at Churchill, which is our only deep sea port we have in the Arctic, to get all these critical minerals to, they want to go to Europe. This is where they seem to want to be doing.
Councillor, are you making a motion here? Or?
No, what I'm just saying is that when I'm looking at this here, it's Bill 5 is basically to help with mining, housing, and energy. 3 things. So we need mining, we need housing, that's for sure, and we need energy. Last year, I had to go to Queen's Park basically to save this Enbridge gas in Bobcaygeon, and you know, we know it's a difficult thing we're treading here. We have to, you know, we want to make sure that Indigenous peoples are consulted. And by the way, the Arrowland First Nation, they signed a $20 million Ring of Fire agreement with the provincial government. So we do have quite a few First Nations on board. I mean, they signed a $20 million agreement, Arrowland.
Yeah, I don't think we're objecting to the whole bill.
Yeah, okay.
What we're asking for is consultation and more definition on things like economic zones and how they're going to be administered. So I don't think we're objecting to the whole bill, and council was pretty unanimous in it. So if your point is the federal bill C5 that you want to put in a similar memo, we can bring that forward and do that.
No, that's okay. I don't have to do that. I'm just sort of bringing it up as a parallel, like what was already passed, and it's very strikingly similar. And but it was passed unanimously by the House of Commons, and with all support, and it's so similar to this. You know, we want this to work. I think Canadians want prosperity. That's all we want, and we want consultation as well. But we have to have, it's a duty. We have to.
Through the mayor, please.
So I'm okay. I'm just saying that.
So are you moving it as printed?
Well, they can. The movers can move it. They put it together. So, but I'll support it. But I'm just bringing up a few points that you know. That's all I'm doing right now, and I'm supporting it. But I just think that we have to work with the federal government too, because we're Canadians, and Canada comes first here, and we need to. We're not just Ontario. We have to work with other provinces. In all sorts of economic activities and Indigenous cooperation. So I think we can't just be.
I don't think anybody's objecting to that. Nobody's saying we shouldn't work together.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying we shouldn't look at removing international trade or national trade barriers between provinces or any of those things. All we're saying is we have some concerns with the way the bill's written. Good day, have a look at it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so you're not moving it. I assume Councillor Warren, you'll move it, and Councillor Perry will second it, or I guess Councillor Doble will second it. You want to speak to it?
Just quickly, and just to put it out there, the Ring of Fire and critical minerals, things are changing very quickly, and now they're looking at us using sodium and salt for batteries. So, you know, they may not need all those critical minerals. Anyway, it was just an interesting aside. I will move it as printed, and I would like a recorded vote, please.
Madam Clerk.
Councillor Doble. In favor. Councillor Richardson.
In favor.
Councillor Perry.
In favor.
Councillor Yeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
In favor.
Councillor Ashmore.
In favor.
Councillor Warren.
Favor.
Councillor Joyce,
In favor.
Mayor Elmsley.
In favor.
Unanimous.
And that's passed. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 12, which is planning advisory. That the minutes of the Planning Advisory Committee meeting of June 4th, 2025 be received and the recommendations included in section 12.3 of the agenda be adopted. I have a mover and seconder, Councillor Richardson, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. I'll move on to consent agenda. And I believe, Councillor Joyce, you have the consent agenda?
I do, Mr. Mayor. And, excuse me, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Warren, that all of the proposed solutions shown in section 13.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in order that they appear on the agenda and sequentially number, save and except for items 13.1.2, 13.3.3, 13.3.4, 13.3.8, 13.3.9, 13.3.10, and 13.311.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that's passed. We have nobody left here. I was going to move up Pottinger Street so those folks wouldn't have to sit through all the others. But there's nobody left here, so we'll start at the beginning. And the first one is item 13.1.2, which is the tariffs update. And Councillor Joyce, you had that extraction, as did Councillor Perry and Councillor Ashmore. But I'll go to you first. You extracted it first, I believe. No? 13.1.2?
Sorry, I don't recall extracting.
Okay.
13.1.2.
Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, this report comes back. I'd like to thank Manager Mustard for the preparation of an excellent report. Lots of information here, and my motion was extracted simply to make sure that we moved the motion from that report as recommended by her in her report. And the wording of the motions is there for us to having reviewed for our meeting today.
Okay. Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, thank you. Through you to, I guess the Carolyn. As far as big ticket items that we're in contracts with, and Councillor Joyce said today, contracts can change, and we have one contract that we deal with the United States with JDE Oracle Software. It's about $750,000 in Austin, Texas. We pay them every year. Can this be changed to another company? I know there's at least 2 Canadian companies that could do this job. Can we put them on notice, say, within a year that we could change, as an example, to Buy Canadian?
Through you to the councillor. That actually comes with quite an extensive software behind it, unfortunately, that we use for all of our accounting, all of our fixed asset, all of our TCA. So that would involve switching everything over in order to reduce any tariff that might come through on that. Those costs, obviously, software costs increase every year, even before the tariffs were introduced. Not sure if tariffs apply to software costs. I would have to investigate that. However, I don't think that that's a possibility unless we totally switch our accounting software, which would be a big feat. And unfortunately, a lot of software costs do come from the States. And we do, as expenses come in and we are paying to the United States, we've always had an attitude that, hey, can this be procured in Canada, and encourage staff to always look into that option before they purchase from the States. Unfortunately, some of these things, the States is the only place we can get them.
Okay, thanks. When I talked to the former customer services manager, he had indicated to me there were at least 2 companies in Canada that can do this, so don't have the companies in front of me, nor do I have to bring it up now, but I'm just saying there are Canadian alternatives here, so if you really want to go Canadian, then here's our chance to do it, but something we can't do overnight, but I'm just putting it out there that we pay Oracle software almost $750,000 every year. In Austin, Texas, they're founded in California, Oracle company. And I'm not knocking Oracle. I'm not knocking Larry Ellison, worth about $300 billion, but hey, good on him. But I'm just saying that if your elbow's up and all this, like, why don't you shop Canadian? Why don't we look at Canadian? So this is where we have to lead by example and say, we have to cut that contract or look at changing that contract. So I would propose a motion to have staff look at the costs involved of changing that contract within a specified amount of time, just to look into what it would cost. There's no specific deadline on it for that report, but I would ask for that report if I could, as a motion, please.
Well, I think what we're doing here is we're looking at the whole purchasing policy, so it would be included in the whole purchasing policy. If you want to bring a separate memo forward specifically dealing with Oracle, you're perfectly welcome to do so. I would suggest that changing from Oracle for this organization would end up costing us probably millions of dollars, because we would have to change all the coding. We'd probably have to hire more people or hire some outside consultants, and I think the cost would be very large. But you're welcome to bring a memo forward asking that that particular contract be reviewed and whether there are alternatives within Canada to providing that service. Okay?
That's good, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Joyce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember now what I wanted to say. And just simply wanted to thank staff for looking at this. I really look forward to a policy amendment end of 2025, and I urge to increase thresholds and maximize our opportunity to maximize the flexibility in our purchasing procurement ways and means. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think there has to be some changes to rules and regulations at both the federal and provincial level that will allow us to do that. And I think that's what we're asking our purchasing group to do, is to look at that and fine tune it and see if we can to improve on what we're doing. Certainly there are some things we're never going to be able to get away from because they're just, it's prohibitive to do so. So I need a mover and a seconder to move that motion, that report Corp 2025-016 tariffs update be received, and that the city's purchasing policy be reviewed by staff with recommendations, amendments to encourage diversification away from reliance on procurement from United States suppliers in Q4 2025 and be brought forward to council by end of year for approval. Councillor Perry, Councillor Doble. Do you want to speak to it or not?
Just briefly, in that, given the World Trade Organization and the former NAFTA and current trade regimes we found ourselves under, purposely restricting and prohibiting what we've had frustration about for a long time, which was to be privilege local purchasing and to privilege buying Canadian, as Councillor Ashmore referred to. And under those agreements, we had to not only provide national treatment to multinationals or other nationals, but national treatment and like treatment. We weren't able to, quote unquote, discriminate on trade policies here domestically. So I think this is a great start to be able to do that. And I want to commend Manager Mustard again for finding those ways and that exception that she talks about, given trade aggression from other nations triggering our ability to respond now. It's long overdue, and look forward to the report coming back.
Thank you. Councillor Doble, do you want to speak to it at all? Okay. We have a motion on the floor, mover and seconder, all in favor? And that passes. Move on to 1313, which is high water bill relief, and Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. As we heard at the Committee of the Whole, Mr. Moody, his presentation of high water bill, there's no doubt that there was mistakes made here, and he owned up to them, that yes, he should have had the bill sent to him, but being that he had, you know, a renter that, and a lease saying that they would pay it and it didn't, and then he had challenges of getting in to fix the repair and many other challenges with that. He's not denying the fact that there's certain things that he should have changed and done differently, but unfortunately, the bill has come in and he has a bill of $12,000 or something to pay. So and again, he's not saying that he deserves anything. But I do have a recommendation, so if I have a second, I'd speak a little more. Okay. So my recommendation is going forward, and again, I just finished telling you about what the story was. You remember it last week anyway, and the only thing that we can really do is that we could apply the policy 50%, and a max we can only give is only $1,500 anyway. So I'd like to recommend that we do the $1,500. That is a one-time exemption, and if possible, a payment plan for the rest, which could be left to the manager of Linda Leotta to decide how that could happen. So that's my recommendation.
So your motion is that council approve a one-time reduction of $1,500, and that Manager Leotta work with the customer on a payment plan.
That's correct.
That's correct. Are we good, Madam Clerk? Okay, and you got a mover, which is Deputy Mayor McDonald. Seconder was Councillor Perry. Did you want to speak to it?
I wish we could provide more.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? All in favor? And that's passed. Next item is 1314, which is Municipal Disaster Recovery Assistant. And Councillor Richardson, I believe you wanted that one?
Yep, thank you very much, through you. Just a couple of comments and then probably a question to staff. One is, looking through this report, it certainly shows the commitment that council and city staff has made to our residents in the city of Kawartha Lakes when it comes to helping clean up that storm on May 28th. And we're still in the process of cleaning up. Currently, we're sitting at a bill of $6.3 million, and it could possibly be forecasted out to the 15, which, when it's all said and done, which is huge. We certainly want to give accolades to our own staff, the crews that have been brought in, the folks that are managing this workload, because they've done an outstanding job. And I think having that storm map put on our city website has allowed folks to really see the progress and how large of a job this actually is. And I've only heard good things about that. When I'm looking at this component of this report, it's obviously we're looking for that financial assistance through the province. I'm just wondering to Manager Daines or our CAO, if I did hear scuttlebutt that there was another provincial fund that was going to be available to municipalities for help. I was wondering if we'd had any update on that.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and through you, yes. In fact, after we published the report for this agenda, shortly thereafter, Thursday, June 19th, province announced a specific focused funding program. It's entitled Municipal Ice Storm Assistance Program, or MISA, It's again, one-time, unique to this specific incident that occurred province-wide. It is similar to the previous program that we were mobilizing and getting direction from you to apply for. I will offer up at the end of this maybe a revised recommendation so that it does reflect the new program that was just announced. But essentially the application deadlines and so on are identical. From my sort of quick read and perspective, I'm actually thrilled to see that the province has shifted in this way. I think this program will recognize the significance and the scope and scale of this particular incident and the costs that we had incurred, which Councillor mentioned, and are projecting to incur. It's quite substantive. Certainly, we're doing our best efforts to cost contain as part of it, but that's all to say that the commitments that are here seem to expand on the eligibility and getting this completed. So maybe I'll pause there at that, and then when the Mayor, if you wish, I would just recommend an alternative recommendation that was in the staff report, again, to recognize the new program for funding.
Perfect, thank you, and I'll move that resolution when it's brought to the table.
Councillor Perry?
I guess the only question I would have, I'm just curious, are these all situated to provide financial relief to municipal levels of government? Are there individual assistance contained therein, or a way that the municipality can receive the funds and then allocate some forms of individual assistance? If not, are we aware of any other individual assistance, disaster relief funds that might be available? Thank you.
I think I'll let the CAO speak further to it because I think he has more information. But the one I saw was for municipalities, and there was some language in there for help to small businesses, but not to individuals. But I don't know if there's an update to that.
Through you, Mayor, correct. The announcement on the 19th was for two funding programs specific to the incident. One is specifically directed to municipal. It would not allow us to flow through sort of relief costs to others or programming of that nature. It's very specific to municipal cleanup expenditures and response and recovery expenditures and refunding those. There was a second program. I don't have all of the details. It's called the Business Ice Storm Assistance Program, but it was announced with the intent of providing some dedicated and separate relief for small business, I believe, in particular. The Mayor is correct. The traditional funds, I'm understanding that the Minister has not declared for the purpose of individual relief being sought under sort of those past emergency response programs. So they're the only two that I'm aware of for this specific one.
Thank you. And if I could, Mayor, just one question. I know I had some inquiries about DREO, the Disaster Recovery Assistance for Ontarians program, our application as a city, and what the status of that may be. It does provide assistance to individuals as well as small businesses and farms.
My understanding is in order for that to happen, the Minister has to declare that it was an emergency. He has not done that. And these programs that we're talking about are in place of the DREO program. And actually, I think one is called MDREO, which is Municipal Disaster Recovery Assistance. So,
as I recall, Mayor, you were speaking with Lori Scott a few weeks ago, most recently about DREO, correct?
I have been speaking to her quite frequently about it, yes, and there is no movement.
Thanks for the update.
Councillor Warren?
I'm just wondering, through you, whether we applied for the hydro grant, because I noticed that.
My understanding is we applied for the hydro grant and we did not get it.
Okay, thank you.
I did want to say one thing before I go to Councillor Richardson for the motion. I think a lot of this disaster relief is a result of actually our MPP, Laurie Scott, being able to get the Premier to come up here during the aftermath of the ice storm to see the damage. And he also came with Minister Dunlop, and I think Minister Dunlop also played a part in moving this forward so that it looks like we are going to get some relief from our cleanup costs. And so I want to make sure that those two folks and the Premier get the recognition for realizing what it was we were faced with and reaching out to help us. So credit where credit is due. Councillor Ashmore, did you have something?
Just a question through you to CAO. When you talk about funding, of course, the Ontario government, they're probably asking for funding because they haven't even said what their bill is, like what it costs to get Hydro-Quebec in and Hydro Ottawa, New Brunswick. I mean, I'm sure it's in the billions of dollars. And they would be probably trying to get money from the federal government, would they not, in order for them to have money to bring it down the food chain to the municipalities? But anyways, that's kind of a hypothetical question. But my main question is, people are very appreciative by far of what we're doing. But are we keeping a close eye on who we're contracting out? Are we trying to get local contractors? I know I've been asked, are we getting local contractors? I said, I don't know. I don't know who's being hired. I know that there are some local contractors that are wanting to help because it's going to take, I've only talked to one contractor. He wasn't very far away. I didn't talk to him very long. They're busy for like 2 or 3 minutes. Thanked him for what he was doing, and he said, we're going to be here for months and months. And by the time we get to the northern part of the municipality, it could be well into the multiple months, but you never know. They may get there sooner than later. But are we keeping a close eye on that? Like, who's coordinating that? I mean, we've got community services, engineering, public works, like all these contractors, and to make sure that we're getting as many as we can locally would be great. And the speed is also
I think
what we want.
The Director of Engineering was coordinating it with Community Services, and between the two of them, I believe they did a call out for people to apply, and we took people as they came forward, and we had to get going on it. I don't know if the Director wishes to say anything, but he's perfectly welcome to weigh in.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, it was a 3 sort of departmental approach: community services, engineering, and public works, all aided in the program. We multiple facets on how we acquired contractors. So number 1, we had various volunteers that during the start of the ice storm or the damage volunteered. We prioritized those volunteers and their respective companies. We then went through purchasing to put a request for service that was posted on bids and tenders and our local webpage. Through purchasing, we then qualified those 15 contractors for the rural program and a handful for the urban program. And then we started awarding them respective areas and bundles of roads to clean up. We have started in the north already, and I think we anticipate being all done by the end of July.
So, Councillor Richardson, would you like to make a motion to move this forward, please?
Yes, I will. I'm just wondering, do we replace that that's sitting there, or do we incur another that to move forward with the MISA fund?
CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. So I'll go by the current recommendations that are there. The first recommendation to receive should remain as worded. It's the second recommendation that I would recommend you remove and replace with the following language, if you're amenable to it. That staff be directed to submit and request an expression of interest survey and application package through the Provincial Municipal Ice Storm Assistance, and then in brackets, MISA program for municipal cost relief and recovery resulting from the March 2025 ice storm event. So that's just updating the language of the new program. The third recommendation, that the treasurer be given delegated authority to verify and attest to the accuracy of the claims submitted, can remain as is, as delegated, and that staff be directed to submit all required documentation to MMAH by the, and it still is, July 28th, first deadline.
I will move that. Thank you.
And Deputy Mayor McDonald, you're seconding that? Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that passes. The next item is 1318, which is heritage designation for 48 Main Street in Bob Cajun. And Councillor Warren, that's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Extracted it so I could ask some questions for Mr. Thompson. I kind of intimated that, you know, there is funding. So I have a question for Emily Turner. If Mr. Thompson wants to replace the brickwork, does it really matter what kind of brickwork it is? And could you maybe talk to the whole process of that and possible funding? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there are, just to speak to the funding first, so we do have funding for this kind of work through $1 million makeover program. We have funding both for heritage properties and for commercial properties to do restoration, repair, and facade improvement work. So that funding would be available to the property owner should he wish to pursue the paint removal project that he spoke about in his deputation. With regard to the work itself, removing paint from historic brick, there's a variety of processes that you can use. There's different materials, different ways of doing it that can result in more or less damage to the brick. And there are also a variety of tradespeople who are specialized in that area who can do that work. Generally speaking, when you do remove paint from brick in that way, you do have to do repairs to it. The property owner is correct in that, and the level of repair really depends on the building, the method that's used. So that could range anywhere from some repointing to replacing bricks. So depending on where that landed when the paint was removed from the property, there is scope to use different bricks. We aim to help property owners match those bricks with the color of the building so it doesn't look out of place. So for example, it's a red brick building under the paint. We would ask that they use red bricks instead of buff bricks. But there's some flexibility in terms of what materials are used in order to fit with the building, to make it continue to look historic and look good, which is obviously what the property owner wants to achieve through the work he wants to do. And that we would support, of course.
And that I think that's a salient point, that it looks like it needs work, and the property owner is talking about replacing some of the brickwork, and he was just challenged with what type of brick. So thank you for that. I will move the recommendation as printed.
Is there a seconder? You're seconding? Okay. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, through you. As everybody knows, I do support heritage, I always have, but I don't support and never will support anybody going heritage if the person does not want to do it. So I don't support this. He spoke well. He said that he doesn't want his building's heritage and he owns it. And I've always said this, and I think in the past you guys have known around the table here, everybody, that I don't support telling people that they have to become heritage when they own a building. So that's my point, so I will not support it.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, did you want to speak to it as seconder, or?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm on the Municipal Heritage Committee. Obviously, this did come up as one of our conversation points as a report. I also want to point out that it's not just the historic features of the brick This is the storefront, this is the signboard, this is the size, the massing of the building, it's the decorative elements of the facade. This is about the history, the integrity. As the Heritage Committee, we also realize that this building in particular is in Market Square historical area of Bobcaygeon, which supports the commercial area of that area. So it is about not allowing it, if it was sold, to be demolished in the future. Because one of the main things about the Bobcaygeon heritage area is that a number of the Bobcaygeon buildings in this heritage were destroyed by fire in 1931. So it's critical to keep those in the area as heritage. And there is other options that are available that we've just spoken to regarding some funding applications. It's also part of the economic development strategy and the corporate strategic plan that we are about supporting, preserving, and revitalizing our downtown areas. So this one actually hits all the check marks when it comes to heritage planning. So I'm supporting Councillor Warren on this one, recognizing the heritage of this particular piece of property and that it should remain and should be, at this time, get that proper designation.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just echoing what Deputy Mayor McDonald said. When people come to this council and they ask, they take the time and they ask that they do not want to be designated. It's listed, but it's not designated. And we've had a few people that have come here. For an example, the Mackenzie House was one example. If you're designated, you have to have specialized contractors to do this work, and they are very, very expensive, and very expensive. And this could basically financially ruin a person or an entity or a company that wants to renovate a building. This building will not be torn down because it's already listed. We're just deciding whether it's going to be designated. So I can't agree in forcing someone to do this. I was on the Heritage Committee, some buildings at one time, a few years ago, and it was a great committee, but some people agree, some people don't. And when they come to council and they ask for, they plead with us and they give us good reasons, well, I think we should listen to them. So that's where I stand on it.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and not to belabor this because we've debated this before, but I'd like to put the other perspective onto the record since it's been made after Deputy Mayor McDonald's remarks. A heritage is an individual there. Heritage recognizes a collective interest, a common good that we share as local residents. And sometimes, yes, we have a property, but there's also public interest in some properties, some structures, and a common good that comes from those. And I think this is a good way to balance both of those interests in the case of our common heritage and our culture moving forward. Thank you, Mayor. The Mackenzie House is a great example of actually not necessarily owning, but also having that obligation of stewarding a piece of public heritage. Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Councillor Perry took some words out of my mouth in the fact that it's part of our culture and we have to protect our culture. I also wanted to point out, this was not an objection by Mr. Thompson, but I'm hoping if he's listening, it gives him, it's a bit of good news in that a University of Waterloo study heritage designation property values, and it concludes that historic designation properties under the Ontario Heritage Act does not in itself have any demonstrable negative factor on value of those properties. If anything, it shows a positive correlation in increasing property values. So a bit of positive news there to maintain a heritage designation.
Thank you. So I got the mover and seconder both wanting to speak. You can go first, and we'll get Councillor Warren on the sum up. We'll get Councillor Warren on the sum up. So Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I will allow Councillor Warren to do the sum up then. I just had a question for clarification based on what Councillor Ashmore's comments were regarding the designation and where we're moving. I'm not sure if it was a clear statement. I was wondering if you could add some clarity.
Through you, just to clarify in terms of designation versus listing. Sorry, is that what you're looking for? Yeah, okay. So with the changes to the Ontario Heritage Act through Bill 23 a few years ago, when we have a listed property, which this property currently is, brought forward for designation, if council chooses not to designate the property is removed from being listed as well. So if council chooses not to designate the property, which it certainly can do since council chooses what gets designated and what doesn't, the property will also be removed from the Heritage Register. So it will no longer be listed, and we will not be able to list it again for 5 years. These are the new regulations that the province has brought in around listing and designating properties. And whatever one might think of how that works, that is what we have to adhere to now. So if it doesn't get designation, its listing will also be removed.
Councillor Warren, you want to sum up?
And that was my question. It was all around Bill 23, but it is for the greater good, and that is a heritage area, and we're going around and designating. We just designated the town hall, right? So we're going around Market Square and doing that. We're not doing it as a district, but we're going to do them individually, and it makes sense because it really is a special area. I mean, in our package, the group of 7, AJ Casson has a painting of it. It's and it's not the inside, and it's not the little restaurant next door. It's just the edifice, the one building. So I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Did you want a recorded vote?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Sure. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
In favor.
Councillor Richardson.
In favor.
Councillor Yeo.
Opposed.
Councillor Joyce.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Opposed.
Councillor Ashmore.
Opposed.
Councillor Warren.
In favor.
Councillor Doble.
Opposed.
Mayor Elmsley.
Opposed.
Wow. Isn't that something? Wow.
Bills.
That's really awesome.
I think
That's really
what we can do,
That's terrible.
Emily, is continue to work with the owner and maybe make him more comfortable with the idea of having his property designated and the advantages to it, and see if we can work with him to change his mind, that it would be in everybody's best interest if he did it. But I feel that we shouldn't be forcing people to do it if they don't want to. Thank you. So I guess we need a motion to receive. Do we need a motion to receive? So can I have a motion to receive ED 2025-017? Councillor Warren, Councillor Richardson. Go ahead.
So is this coming back? So I don't understand your comments. So is this whole issue coming back onto the agenda?
What I've suggested is that this is defeated for the time being, but Emily, in her capacity with economic development, maybe the landowner is not aware of all the benefits and not aware of the opportunities he may have to get funding to do some things, and that she work with him to see if he wouldn't possibly change his mind. But it's all we're going to do for now is receive it. So do we have a mover and seconder to receive? Okay, all in favor? And that's done. Moving on to report ENG 2025-017, Pottinger Street sidewalk options. Councillor Doble.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion that report ENG 2025-017 Pottinger Street sidewalk options be received, that staff proceed with option 2 being no sidewalk on the south side for that portion of Pottinger Street between Albert Street North and Adelaide Street North, and that parking restrictions be placed on the south side of Pottinger Street.
Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Do we need a seconder?
Councillor, Deputy Mayor McDonald, seconded.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've spoken to a lot of people about this this particular issue, and I've visited the area on numerous occasions. It's just around the corner from where I live, but so I've been watching the work, and I've spoken to the folks about this. There are 3 main concerns that I have. First of all, the impact on residents of putting a sidewalk on the south side of Pottinger Street. Currently, there is no sidewalk on the south side of Pottinger between Albert and Adelaide Street. The recommended option takes the sidewalk effectively down the center of the front yards of the residences on the south side of Pottinger. I've personally walked over to Pottinger Street on several occasions to see the work myself. Currently, many of the residents have single-car driveways and are able to park their second cars front to back without blocking a sidewalk. Adding a sidewalk will seriously impact the way in which the residents have enjoyed their properties for over 50 years. A sidewalk on this side will not just be a minor annoyance to get used to, it will change the way in which these residents enjoy their homes. And we heard a passionate deputation from homeowner Sarah Graham in this regard. We also heard from Officer Bill Volmar, and I appreciated his comments. He has expertise in road safety, and I think we need to be concerned about safety. We need to be concerned about and not encouraging any street where parents drop off their kids for school on both sides of the street simultaneously from one another. This invariably will encourage jaywalking, children running between vehicles to cross to the other side while cars are coming. And while I don't believe the presence or absence of sidewalks has much effect on this, small children being dropped off across the street from one another at the same time is simply not smart. Furthermore, a sidewalk on the south side of the street goes nowhere. There is no sidewalk on the east side of Adelaide to connect with, which, if you are traveling to school, will lead ultimately to having to cross on foot 2 streets before you get to school. Additionally, we should have street signs directing no children to be dropped off on the south side of Pottinger. Frankly, I do not follow the premise that a sidewalk on the south side of Pottinger would, in fact, increase safety. On page 4 of the report, 2025-017, in the first full paragraph, it states, "The option of prohibiting parking on the south side of Pottinger was considered, however, the risk of transplanting the problem to another road was high." Actually, transplanting them to another location is exactly what we want. You will note that an essential part of the Pottinger Street rebuild includes constructing a proper drop-off and turnaround at the south entrance to Parkview School just west of Adelaide, where Pottinger Street currently dead ends into Elgin Park. I was looking at this area this past weekend, and I'm pleased to see that the ground is being prepared for this work as we speak. This will represent a safer and more efficient means of delivering children to school while allowing the school buses to utilize the front entrance off Adelaide. But in order for this to be fully effective, we need to discourage folks from dropping kids off a short block away on that section of Pottinger between Adelaide and Albert Street. Limiting sidewalks access on the south side for one short block should help accomplish this. Note as well in paragraph 2 of page 4, where it says it is recommended that the preferred solution include pedestrian facilities on both sides of the street, or that a suitable alternative drop-off pickup location be implemented in order to place parking restrictions on the south side of the street. Accordingly, I agree with that a suitable alternative drop-off pickup location be implemented in order to place parking restrictions on the south side of the street. We also need, though, to acknowledge the concerns expressed regarding active transportation. Council have received emails. Today we have heard an excellent deputation from Glenda Morris and Peter Petrosoniak, who are both actively involved in advancing our active transportation master plan. And I want to commend them for their presentation, and thanks to the members who have contacted us to express their views. They outlined important points. Of course, the active transportation master plan itself, the needs and views expressed by the school board, the long-term benefit of active transportation, good health and environmental, balancing safety and convenience, and the need to be cost-effective, of course, the impact on the property owners and parking. I think that that it's really important that we heard from Glenda Morris and Peter Petrosoniak, and to that end, we should be mindful of any opportunities to advance active transportation. So I can assure you, I have considered their thoughts and views as they apply to this small section of Pottinger Street. However, it cannot be the only factor. So balanced with my concerns with safety, delivery, and pickup of the children at Parkview School, as well as the impact to and the very valid concerns of the residents situated on the south side of Pottinger Street between Albert and Adelaide, I am unable to support the sidewalk option that is recommended, and am therefore advocating option 2.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, through you. A few months ago, I got involved with that when we received a petition signed by all the property owners on the south side of Pottinger Street, all of them. And while we can't only consideration, we can't dismiss or ignore it either. And when you look at the impact of the homeowners and the recommendations and options, I have to say, I don't blame them. If I lived there, I wouldn't want it either. But on the other hand, when you talk about, the other deputations today, which are very important, I think I heard 3 times or more, safety, safety, safety. The recommendations that we're going forward here today will address all those safety issues. Right now, there's a lot that the city owns. It's a staging area for all the equipment right now that's on Pottinger Street West. It's property that we own. It's a staging area. It has to be redone. So what they're going to do is they're going to put gravel and so on that area to repair what the damage they've done. So this is just a perfect opportunity, is that not only are they we can put gravel, have parking there that people can drop off kids, there's also going to be a sidewalk that is going to be from that turnaround all the way to the corner, which the kids don't even have to cross a road or anything to get to the school. So that safety part of it and having that there, and I only hope maybe in the future, in 2026 or whatever, that we can pave that parking lot if the budget perceives if there's any money left over. But anyway, that is going to be, I think that will cover probably the safety issues that everybody's been talking about as far as the kids getting off and not running across streets and so on. They can stay in the sidewalk and go right to school. So I think that covers the safety part of it. So I'm in support of the option 2 and the staging area being graveled, and people could park there and drop their kids off in a safe way, in a safe manner. Thank you.
Is that friendly to the amendment?
Well, the friendly is, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, the friendly would be, unless it's already being done, the staging area has to be repaired anyway, so gravel has to be put there. It would be nice to be paved, but it's just not in the budget, but at least we can put gravel on it, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, Manager Rojas.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify that this was a competitive contract put out through our purchasing department. The councillor is right. The staging area is on the south side of Pottinger at the dead end, which is part of Elgin Park. Currently, the contract, we have to restore that area. The plan was to restore it with topsoil and sod and grass. However, should council wish, we could restore it to an interim gravel area until such time a further use for that area is defined.
Hold that thought. To the Director of Community Services, how would you feel about that area being gravelled over and potentially becoming a parking lot? Or is it in your future plans to do something with that area?
Thank you for the question. Certainly having a parking lot there will provide a service to the park. There are lots of amenities there. Without lots of parking available for the park. So that is something that Director Rojas and I have chatted about and agree that it would be suitable for that area of the park.
Great. I didn't want to steal it from you in case you were going to make a pickleball court or something. All right. We have some other folks who want to weigh in here. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I've taken a really close look at this and I've listened to all sides. I just want to point out a few things. I know from experience you can put up all the no parking signs you want and the parents will ignore that. They don't work. And I think Manager Sloan will support that. The parents coming in, they know they're going to be there for 10 minutes and they're gone. So that's, I can assure you that won't work. In terms of safety, none of us sitting at the table here are traffic or pedestrian safety experts. So I can argue the dead end is not safe, but that would be purely opinion and speculative on my part as well. Staff have done the work. I disagree. I think the sidewalk will provide a safer alternative. But again, I'm no expert. The other thing too is this is city-owned property, and I've looked at a lot of other streets besides Pottinger, and there's sidewalks on both sides. We have an active transportation plan that's recommending this. The residents on Pottinger, they have the acknowledged convenience to park on city-owned property, not a problem. But it's not their undeniable right to keep it as, you know, their parking spot. It's the city's growing. We have to make changes to accommodate that growth. I recognize that the inconvenience for them. I'm wondering if we can move that sidewalk closer to the road somewhat, somehow. I'm not sure. But I'm not in support of option 2. The last thing I want to point out is, in terms of school design, this is really a Trillium Lakelands problem that we're trying to solve. It's their students, not ours. Back in the day, we had to go uphill both ways and through snowdrifts, but we all walked to school. But we have to also recognize that parents today, they want to drop their kids off. So just going forward with any elementary schools being built and designed, we as council have to make sure that they incorporate a parent drop-off on the school property, not impacting residents, surrounding residents around that school. Where the school is located, and we have to deal with that situation as it stands now, obviously. But that's just my comments for future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and looking at this and listening to everybody today and how it may impact the property owners, and when I first read it, I thought, well, maybe the idea of moving the sidewalk closer to the road might be beneficial to both active transportation and the property owners. So I'm just going to listen to more debate before I make my decision. Thank you.
Well, you're the final speaker, except for me. And I like the idea of providing them with a parking lot where they can go and drop off and be on the proper side. And I do not like inconveniencing residents who have lived there for multiple years, regardless of whether it's our property or not. We often, we have many situations where people have lived and worked and been accustomed to using something. If you go out in the rural areas, you'll find we own pieces of property that local communities take as a place to launch their boat, or they turn it into a park and play baseball or whatever they wish on those pieces of land. And if we come along and we try and do something with it, there is quite a hue and cry about taking things away from them. And we try and avoid doing it. We went through a long history of looking at all the properties we had on waterfront and what the ones were we were going to get rid of. And many of them we ended up not getting rid of it because the local residents had become accustomed to using it. And so we hung on to it because, well, we like having property on waterfront as well. But the point I'm trying to make is that I don't think disenfranchising homeowners when we have an alternative, and the alternative being a parking lot that is going to benefit a park as well, and create a safe haven, I think is the way to go. And I think it solves everybody's problem. And as was pointed out, the sidewalk is a sidewalk to nowhere. So to me, it does not benefit active transportation because it doesn't connect to anything. So I can't imagine anybody driving down there to walk one block. It doesn't make sense to me. So I support option 2. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, I want to thank everyone for their interventions and deputations today. Councillor Doble and I have talked about this as well. Just to add my perspective, it certainly seems there are competing visions of safety for children, regardless of the option. And I want to commend Councillor Joyce for his comment around there hasn't been any impact or assessment for safety. We hear a lot about safety. That needs more to be established. That said, to me, this is such a specific issue and a specific block. There are issues with the school board, as you mentioned, Mayor, the safe haven being created. Where this actually goes in terms of a sidewalk, again, seems like a very specific ward issue. And when that happens, I tend to defer to the ward councillor, because it's going to be Councillor Doble who wears this and has to deal with it moving forward as his job. And something tells me that this will continue to evolve over the coming weeks and months and could see another resolution as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate everybody's comments on this, and Councillor Joyce, you are correct. None of us here are necessarily experts in traffic and pedestrian safety. However, I think it only makes sense that if you can drop your kid off on a sidewalk where they can go directly to school without crossing a street for any reason, that is safer than dropping them off where they have to cross a street and then walk a further distance to the school. I would also note that this design, the turnaround, that being the extension of Pottinger Street through to Elgin Park from Adelaide, is having a sidewalk put in place on the north side of Pottinger, where one currently does not exist. But this is a good sidewalk. It will be the sidewalk that children are led out to, that folks who want to access Elgin Park will be able to walk across from the sidewalk on Adelaide Street North directly to the park. So in fact, there is support for the principles of active transportation if more sidewalks are part of that principle. But I think that the primary, and I think we all agree on this, that the primary consideration, we can't ignore the other factors, but the primary consideration has to be the optimum safety of the kids being dropped off at school. And so therefore I feel strongly that option 2 is the best option to achieve that.
Okay, one thing we need to do before we do that, the motion about graveling the parking lot, that may be part of the construction, but we should remove it and do it as a follow-up, and the follow-up would be that the area by Elgin Park be restored during the construction, and that in the 2026 budget, we consider it to be paved as a parking lot. Okay? Just so we're clean and neat. What you're voting on right now, so after this vote, Deputy Mayor, you'll do a follow-up to present that, all right? So what we're doing now is voting on option 2, okay? We have a mover and seconder in favor of option 2, all in favor. And that passes. Thank you. Now, follow-up?
Okay, the follow-up, I'd like to do that the staging area be repaired as a gravel parking lot. And as far as the pavement goes, I think that'll probably have to go through the 2026 budget. So I think we'll wait for that. So I think for now, I think the staging area, I'd just like to make a follow-up that it gets repaired as a gravel parking lot.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, maybe through you. So I think we understand the intent. I think what we're looking for from direction was that staff be requested to provide design and costing for a parking lot at that terminus of Pottinger Street and bring that through the 2026 budget. I think if you just direct that as sort of a change in scope, anything that we need to do in the current construction to shift it over and prep it would just form part of that. And then if there was any additional budget needed for the ultimate design, that would be presented to council through the budget and I'll say topped up in the 2026 budget.
Yep, I'm okay with that as long as that we take that staging area and make it gravel so people could park there. That's all I want right now at this point, so.
I think the director has said he's got to rehabilitate it, so I don't think you need to be that specific.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so your follow-up motion is that the costing and design of a parking lot at the Elgin Park entrance be moved forward to the 2026 budget deliberations, correct? You good with that? Is there a seconder for that motion? Are you seconding it? Yes. Okay, so Councillor Joyce is seconding it. Do you want to speak more to it, Deputy Mayor McDonald?
No, I think Dan wants to speak, or Councillor Joyce wants to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'll second that motion. I just want to add friendly to that we do a traffic study with this. Make sure we do it right. My concern is, yes, it will help, but I live beside an elementary school. I see this every day, okay? Zoom, they come in, and then 5-10 minutes later, they're gone. And my concern is we'll do all the work, and it still won't be enough. and has to be designed, you know, in a way that they can get in, get out, anyway. So yeah, just let's do it right if we're going to do it. Thank you.
I'm just not quite sure that a traffic study is necessary for this part, because the lot's there anyway. There's traffic going there anyway. It's a dead end. People, you know, whatever. I just don't know if it's a waste of money to do a traffic study. That's the only thing that that I would, you know, wait for a traffic study. I don't think it's going to show anything. People from the school come there now and they go down that road. Now we're going to make it even easier for them to go down there to turn around. So we're making all the improvements we're making right now by just doing that is going to make it easier and traffic to flow better. So I don't know why you need a traffic study for that.
So you're denying the friendly. Do you still want to do second or without the friendly?
I just want to design properly. I don't want to, you know, we just run into this and throw some pavement down and
the mover has turned down your friendly. Do you still want a second or not?
No, I'm not going to second it.
Okay, Councillor Doble, are you seconding it? Fine. Did you want to speak to it?
I think that the creation of a parking lot there is, and this is over and above all of my concerns regarding the previous motion, but with respect to access to Elgin Park, we really don't have good, it's a huge park, but we don't really have good parking or adequate parking for that area. It's used by a lot of different groups. And so having that, and what people do now is they park on the street and walk down to the park. This will be, at the very least, a huge convenience to them, and it should hopefully stimulate more use of our parks.
Thank you. Director Rojas.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, as part of the ultimate design of the parking lot, we will consult with community services, we will consult with Public Works, we'll do a traffic impact analysis to make sure that the parking flow will come in and out. That's all part of the design undertaking, should council wish to move forward in that direction.
Thank you. Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, and that passes. Moving on and to our next fun topic. Item 13.110 is Councillor Richardson, and this is advisory committees, boards, and task force. It's also been extracted by Councillors Perry and Warren, but we'll go to Councillor Richardson as she had her name in first.
Well, thank you, and through you, and I do know that we have some additional comments from my councillors here. So for me, reading through this revised report, thank you very much, Sarah, for having that back so quickly to us. I guess from my Heritage Committee, first of all, I want to recognize the importance that council is very aware that our committees and our subcommittees are doing what they're doing, and it's about protecting them as well, you know, keeping that risk down to a minimal. So for sure, that's the angle that we're all moving towards, and that's the end goal that we do want. From the Heritage Committee's perspective, I guess one of the concern was the language in the terms of reference. How does it enable the committee to form subcommittees, set the number of members, and composition of the subcommittees, define their role in relation to the main committee, and set clear standards for reporting and decision-making processes? Because these folks come to the table to do work that allows us to have those reports coming to council in the end game. I'm just wondering, under the alternative that was to be considered in the report, does this allow that work to be done? From just a hard ask, does that, with the alternative considered in the report, if we move that direction, does this allow the work to be done?
Who's your question to?
To Sarah or the CAO?
Okay.
Thank you, and through the mayor to council, certainly. So the alternatives that we've provided, we really wanted to provide a mechanism for committees to keep business moving forward in the absence of a working group or a subcommittee. So you will have noted that within the alternatives, we identified that rather than having working groups or subcommittees, a committee of council could assign a task per se to an identified member of the committee or identified members, being a minority membership of the committee. That task would identify the work to be done and the reporting requirement back to the committee itself. So it would allow a member to do research, as an example. If there is something that needed to be done away from the committee table to inform business at a future committee meeting, that mechanism would allow that.
Thank you for that, and I'll turn it over to my other councilors.
Are you moving anything or doing anything? No? Okay. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will have a motion as circulated when you called for extractions. I want to thank the Deputy Clerk for the preparation of the report as per our motion a few council meetings ago. And speaking to this, Mayor, what we're seeing, the report of the recommendation would be not having subgroups by council-created committees. Not having that option. As the Deputy Clerk mentioned, perhaps there are ways to assign those tasks, and I would say that's excellent as well. What came up in the debate of our motion and why this went to report was how are we able to keep committees of council having those mechanisms to be more informal. Subcommittees, working groups, those kinds of things, research, what's what I'm looking for, subcommittee, those kinds of things, right? And not just for the sake of having them, for the sake of providing access points to increase opportunities for civic engagement, which is all well and good, right? But how do we do it properly? And to me, that's the question, right? And that's what I had circulated in response to the Deputy Clerk's report. I don't think the solution is to not allow committees to have subgroups, to not have them have that power or that ability, especially when we're trying at these times to bring people in to civic engagement and civic participation and enhance people's being interactive and engaged. So all that is to say, what I would submit, and this will be my motion that I circulated, was that specifically for committees of council, that the terms of reference be amended so that they have that ability to create subgroups. And then when they do, their terms of reference reflect the municipal act and the guidelines of the ombudsperson. So they're doing exactly what Councillor Richardson, you had inquired about. So that it's done right. Not only that, the residents who might come forth are protected under insurance, those kinds of things. And we're holding open meetings that are democratic and have due process and transparency. So I would make the strong case that we, which was, again, will be my motion, that we ask the clerk's office, and I've provided some draft possible language for consideration, as it doesn't have to be hard. It's a couple of paragraphs that say committees of council can have subgroups, and if they do, they have to do A, B, C, and D. Keep track of the members in writing. Have what's what I'm looking for? Yeah, have minutes. Hold open meetings. Those kinds of things, so that they are in compliance with what we heard before are the ombudsperson's guidelines. And that way, in a way, we get the best of both worlds. We're able to open channels of participation, especially at a time when we're seeing, in my view, not necessarily here, but when we're closing and controlling and centralizing and bringing in participation rather than expanding it and embracing that part of broad-based, yet done right and transparently and in accordance with the ombudsperson's recommendations, that kind of work. I know in my other work, especially young people, aren't signing up for formalities so much anymore. This could be a way to provide more informal engagement as well, rather than having to sign up for a council committee. And do so in addition to what the Deputy Clerk just mentioned, of having that power still to assign specific tasks or have an open meeting or a series of town halls as the committee sees fit. But in sum, I'm simply going to present today by my motion, how can we keep and do right subgroups rather than not have them at all. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Warren.
I tend to agree with that, but then there's another layer. I did call the Ombudsman's office, and I tried to get what a committee is, what isn't a subcommittee. They talk about subcommittees that are allowed when they were looking at our scenario and other scenarios that have come forward. And the less than 50% of members on a subcommittee, and that they're not advancing decision-making, then they are kind of under the radar. They really, I don't believe, need to have an agenda and all that, and actually report. They could report, but I'm going to be specific. We have what's called the Pollinator Action Committee, and that has been a committee for a long time, and that's part of B City. And we are a B City. We were the 7th B City to be designated. And part of being a B City is that you have to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G things to keep your designation. And so the Pollinator Action Committee, we're doing those things for the city. And there were, I was on that previously as two other people from the Environmental Advisory Committee, and B City came under EAC. It was just easier to do back then. So it's not so simple as not having subcommittees. And I don't think I think we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think we're making it so difficult to advance volunteerism. And just to give you what happened, Pollinator Action Committee couldn't go to Settlers Village to do what they usually do because they're not allowed now, because they're not a legitimate committee of council. But when you talk to the Ombudsman's office, it's pretty specific. They said, well, if it's less than 50% of the people on that committee and you're not advancing any work going forward, it's not a big issue. I think we're overthinking this, folks. And I thank Sarah. I know it's a very difficult thing, but it doesn't really speak to my issue with B City. And they just go out and kind of do their thing and spread the good news and about pollination and all that sort of thing. And I don't know how you would structure that. So I agree with the councillor's recommendation, but there's another layer that needs to be addressed that's not being addressed through this. And I have sent what I received from the the ombudsman to staff to see. They show other municipalities that no, that's not an issue. That's more administration. So it's okay. You don't have to come under all those auspices. So I'm pretty adamant about this. I think it needs to be looked at again in that viewpoint. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
There's no motion yet. Am I able to put my motion there?
You're correct, there's no motion.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reason why we're talking about this is because something happened, right? So that's the reason why we're talking about it. There's something that happened for us to bring up. So my questions and concerns is that, if you have a subcommittee, who decides who's on it? How do they learn what the rules are? And is the municipality responsible of the subcommittee if they don't follow the rules and so on. So those are the things that I'm concerned about, but anyway, let's let Mr. Perry continue.
Well, I guess I have a couple of concerns of my own. And Councillor Warren said, the Ombudsman said, if they're not advancing the business of the committee, why are they needed? If they're not advancing the business, what are they doing? So I would wonder if they're redundant. I think that I like the fact that, you know, if you want to change the terms of reference for the committee to allow them to have it, I think that we're starting to talk about the right issues, but are we going to open it up every committee of council, all 46 of them, 47 of them are going to have the opportunity? I would never agree to that. I think if there are specific committees that think they need it, and I've heard Heritage and I've heard EAC as two, if they want to come forward and correct their terms of reference to do that, that's fine, but I don't think we give carte blanche to all committees of council to change their terms of reference. I think maybe the CAO might want to say something about this. Yes, no?
Well, I don't know what we're...
Okay, we don't have a motion, so maybe we need a motion. Councillor Perry.
Sure, thanks, Mayor. And hopefully the motion may be reassuring in that what I've tried to do is tailor this specifically. And yes, Councillor Warren has some subgroups or some practicing organizations or constituent groups that may fall in a different category. Where I'm trying to start and be narrow is specifically almost a cleanup, if you will, of city committees so that they can have working groups and they be done right. And so my motion is that the clerk's office draft amendments to the city's committee's terms of reference, enabling them to create subgroups that are compliant with the Municipal Act and consistent with the ombudsperson's guidelines for public meetings, and return to council at the end of 2025. Not a huge burning issue right now, but enough time to be able to come back and have some of those questions answered that Deputy Mayor McDonald raised. You know, have this come back and say, here's what the amendments would take. 5 or 6 lines to create that power and to govern it and make sure it's explicit. And then once, perhaps, well, we can do 2 things at once, but to me, that's the starting point. And we look at that moving forward, and then we can kind of, or at the same time as we move forward, look at kind of a few more of the complex constituent subgroups that are out there now. That would be my motion on the floor, and I hope there'll be a seconder and we can look at this.
Councillor Warren, are you seconding that? Okay. Did you want to speak to it?
Through you, and yes, it's a starting point, but there are other subtleties, and as I said, it's I don't want to throw this out because we want volunteerism, so there has to be a workaround, and I guess I will bring a memo forward to look at other possibilities of groups that help the city without forwarding work plans or whatever, but they like B City. So thank you. Getting tired.
Just before we go any further, I don't know, to the CAO or Deputy Clerk, what we're doing here is deferring this and sending it back.
Yes.
Is anything critical in this that's going to get held up? Anything any reason why this needs to go forward immediately, or are we fine?
No, not that I'm aware of. Do you want me to answer?
Go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there is no time sensitivity here. This was a follow-up to Councillor's previous direction to have a look at it. And again, for clarification, I think there's been a lot of good dialogue back and forth. I think the motion gives us much clearer direction to start to work through the process. Staff at this point have really are still of the opinion that there's not going to be one catch-all, one blanket for all of these different pieces. And you've heard some of the examples. And I think we'll be committed to exposing those in that report back in Q4, where we still start to scope it down. And I think the only other thing I'll ask for, it was because it was mentioned, but was going to request it anyways, is that leading into that, some tangibles of groups that are out there or committees that are asking you for certain functionality. Let's get those examples in advance and we'll run them through this further direction. Because I strongly believe that there's a lot of different nuances there that we're trying to accomplish. And so by having those exposed, I think we can better inform you and provide better recommendations later this year.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with the motion there because people need the freedom of assembly, whether it be, a spin-off group, I would call it a spin-off group, like some of the groups that were mentioned. They should have the right to get together and talk about the issues of the day, whatever. They shouldn't feel afraid to assemble. Maybe we're becoming a bit, I don't know what the word is, clinical or something about it, but I mean, I've hosted a few town halls. They can get a bit ruckus, but hey, that's what it is. I knew what I got into. Usually it's pretty good most of the time, and you'll get quite a discussion, but that's healthy. So we need to attract more people, and especially young people too. They get turned off. Not just young people, but people of any age. They get really turned off with the whole system, and they just don't want to participate anymore. We have to make it more user-friendly to get people on committees and to get their point across. So
thank you.
I think it'll help.
I'll go back to you, Councillor Perry, for your motion. You want to repeat it?
No, I think the time is now, and thank you for considering it. And
so we have a mover and a seconder.
Well defined.
Are you folks okay with the motion? Yep. You're all okay? Everybody out there okay with the motion? All in favor? And that's passed. And we're down to the nitty-gritty here with item 13-111, and that is the Blue Box service. Councillor Warren and Councillor Joyce.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report, and Heather Zerko and the new acting director. For me, it's not their fault that there are so many moving parts to this. It comes from the province, and anyway, there are too many moving parts to this issue. We need a firm number on costs, on whether the province is going to get the producers to collect non-eligible sources. We don't really know that yet, right? Including the municipality. I believe this issue needs to go back to staff and the Waste Management Committee. I want the service for small businesses and not-for-profits to continue, if possible, receiving this if it's not too expensive. We just don't know what the numbers are. On June 4th, 2025, the province announced proposed amendments to the Resource Recovery and Circular Economy Act 2016. The ministry has heard that small businesses may lose recycling services as the transition to Blue Box is completed at the end of 2025. To address small business collection, the proposed amendments would enable the government to make regulations that require producers to make an offer to service small businesses. The intent would be to maintain the current approach to have small business collection, where municipalities and producer responsibility organization PRO negotiate commercial agreements to have Blue Box collection for small businesses at municipal expense. Again, we don't know what that is. At a future date, the city may revisit offering a curbside collection service to small business if the act is amended. So also on June 4th, 2025, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks posted a proposal to amend the Blue Box regulation on the Environmental Registry of Ontario. The proposal is seeking to amend requirements of the regulation to delay and reduce recovery targets, remove the requirement for producers to expand the collection system to more apartment schools and specified facilities, permit energy recovery to count towards targets, and remove planned expansion to the public space collection system. Overall, there is no immediate financial impact to the city from these proposed changes. So they're just too many moving parts. I don't think we can make this recommendation right now, and I will move to table this decision, sorry, I'm getting tired, to the August council meeting, because we're waiting to hear what they have planned. So I can't, I know waste management pretty well, but oh my goodness, you know, reading the reports and all the background, and you know, does make your eyes go funny. So that's my motion, is to table this to August. It gives time for the province, hopefully will come back with some more information. You can't debate it.
Through you to the councillor. Realistically, the decisions that we're asking council to make at this point is what to do with recycling material that's going to come to the landfill. So far, none of the options that the province has put forward that are still up in the air and unknown at this time will actually substantially affect the fact that they're not going to deal with recycling that comes to our landfill in whatever means. They consider it a convenience service that we provide, but we know that that recycling is coming. So one way or another, we're asking council to give us permission to deal with that recycling, because the options that we have are fairly limited. We could either deal with it and pay to have that recycling recycled. We could put it in the landfill, which is a horrible idea. And the other thing that we're asking council to do is say that that recycling that comes to us at the landfill, that we charge a fee for it after a particular point. It will be very likely after a particular point of weight. Those are realistically the questions that we're asking right now, right? We know that it's coming, and we would like the opportunity to be able to move forward with those decisions and try to get ahead of some of the changes that are coming. Heather, do you have anything that you would like to add to that response?
Ms. Herco?
No, I think that is through you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, can.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I know this is a difficult decision with lots of changes that keep coming up. We, as the director noted, are looking for a decision to move forward with receiving blue box material at landfill sites in the city. The recommendation doesn't speak specifically to the curbside program. We could come back to council related to the regulatory amendments when some decisions are made about those amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, and I'm seconding Councillor Warren's motion. Thank you for doing the research, Councillor Warren. As expected, the needle is moving from the government. I fully expected this push, lobbying and pushback, and because it was leaving small business out of the loop here, and we don't know where it's going to land. We actually had a resolution at the committee that we continue to receive commercial recycling at landfill depots with a minimum tipping fee of $0 to remove that barrier on certain quantities of material. We need more time. We need more time to see where the province ends up, and we can move forward appropriately at the August council meeting. I don't agree that we have to make a decision today. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And I want to thank Manager Durzo for the briefing this morning and for the information. Any misconceptions are my own. From what I understand, as Councillor Joyce just alluded to, the buck really stops in this frustration with the province. At the end, the manufacturer is getting to create their product that's not biodegradable, release it into the market, and then the costs of whatever's going to happen to it is either the homeowner storing it somewhere or us as the municipality now. My understanding is that's happened in two ways. One is what we found out about late last year, where commercial pickup will no longer be provided or funded by the province, which includes not-for-profits. And the second part of this, which I'm learning, is that it also includes now residential pickup at landfills. That right now, companies pay for that. They come and pick it up when people take their recycling to the landfill. But now that's not going to be done either. I see a nodding head from the director. Again, I don't want to misrepresent anything here. That's my understanding. That is the downloading that we're dealing with and has put us in this situation. And I want to stand up and not let the province off the hook and go publicly on record to state my opposition to that policy and that approach. That said, it sounds like today what we're trying to do is save, for lack of a better word, residential and commercial pickup, we'll bundle them really, at landfill sites. And from what I had heard from Manager Zirko this morning, we're not sure what the province is going to do. And it might be August, it might not. I'm not confident it's going to be good news. Maybe there'll be more breaks for manufacturers from this government and more downloading to individuals and to the municipality. So I just want to make sure that I've understood these things correctly because it is a complex file. And if you could just affirm that basically in my view, what this is trying to do is get ahead of the ball and say the commercial, including not-for-profit, curbside isn't coming back. Or we don't know what this province is going to do to ameliorate that, given our opposition. So we're expecting more recycling at landfills, but they're in the process of cutting or charging us for that now for residential. So why don't we put in the commercial there too as a plan B, and unfortunately have to incur those costs. Am I more or less on the right track, Director?
Yeah, through you to the councillor, you're very close in that.
What am I missing?
All of the outstanding decisions that the province is tossing around right now are realistically going to affect the amount of recycling that will show up at the depot that is not handled by circular materials.
I saw that in the report, yeah.
Right?
Hence the range of
all it's going to
expenses.
do is change the scale of the issue that we will have to deal with. And
I understand that's why the estimate is so broad, between $250,000 and $500,000 potentially. That's a big margin, but that's why. Correct?
Indeed. And with commercial recycling that is currently non-eligible, though that source, there will be businesses that choose to deal with their recycling on their own, right? Which would then change the waste stream as well. Essentially, there's under the way the legislation is written right now, there will be recycling that the municipality will have to deal with that is not covered under the way the legislation is written, and we have to decide what to do with it. So regardless of the other decisions that the province is still going to make, I believe that we do need to make this decision, and it's a decision we can make now. And it will allow us to get ahead of some of the other issues that will be coming down the pike later. We will have to come back to council later anyway, right? Because the decisions that the province makes, we already know this, the decisions that the province makes are going to substantially change the dollars and cents of the outlook of recycling in our community. So what we're trying to do now is make some decisions now that we can move ahead with.
Thank you for that information.
Manager Zerko, did you had your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. We did go through a competitive procurement process to look at options for managing non-eligible source material, as well as we included that provisional item for depot service because we know that it's no longer going to be provided in the new year. So we have a process that's been undertaken to essentially establish the service. If it's something that we want to continue doing in 2026, we can delay the decision on that to some extent, but a decision would have to be made on that process as well. So,
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Just one quick question. Is there any financial impact if we wait till August?
Manager Zerko or acting director?
I threw you to the councillor, not immediately. Heather, am I missing something?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think there would be an immediate financial impact if we waited until August.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, just quickly there was a number thrown out there a while ago when the producer said now they aren't going to, do this. I think it was $700,000, $800,000 or somewhere, I'm guessing around that. So that was the reason why we said we weren't going to do it, because it was going to be too much money for like 700 businesses. And that's why we made that decision at council. But August would be fine to have more numbers come up to verify that, but we will need a plan. I work with the BIA right now. They're coming up with a plan because we can't wait for the government to figure out whether this is going to happen or not. So everybody has to make a plan. So businesses, BIA are going to make a plan of how they're going to get rid of it and all that. And they're all the businesses downtown, because it could be disastrous for downtowns because you could have all this stuff all over the place. So we do have to have a plan, right? So, that's important that we all have a plan, right? So.
Did you want? Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe through the mayor. So I appreciate there may not be immediate financial implications, but there is a time sensitivity here to moving forward. And I think it was described quite well that what we're trying to do is set up the ability to receive recyclables regardless of where the province goes or how it goes. It's inevitable that additional will be received. And quite frankly, it's a good signal to small businesses and to others that the city is going to receive it at the site. We only have 6 months. We've been directed not to do curbside. We need to start building that internal business case, and we also need to do it with the shared procurement that we were directed to go out and do with Peterborough. So waiting till August, we're waiting for 2 months to respond back to that call out, but we're not going to receive any additional information to be able to inform things either. The reality is the provincial government just announced June 4th these possible changes, or that they're pulling back. It's on the registry. They are not sitting in the legislature till October. So there will be no change to the legislation, at least, until after October. If we wait and wait and wait, we won't be ready to receive and do it properly, at least this initial phase. And to the director's point, all we're asking to do is to set ourselves up so that we can receive recyclables at the depots, and then we will come back to you later this year about a fee structure that we can use to accommodate. And by that time, or concurrently, we may know better where the province is going otherwise. But I would strongly recommend against sort of delaying this at least first initial stage, because I think it is important to set us up and also signal back to non-eligible sources that we're going to work with them. And we can't say that until we at least get it set up at the depots.
Well, that makes sense, for sure. There are just so many moving parts to this. Are we going to offer, I guess that will come back, maybe in August, I'm not sure when, whether or not we're going to offer it for free to all these small businesses. Is that going to be part of a future report? Because that was in the report, whether or not we were going to offer that service to small business for free. Also, the other not-for-profits, where do they come in? There are lots of moving parts to this. So it's not, it makes sense what you're saying. So the first part of it, we're going to decide, yes, it's going to come to landfills, and if the province says, we're going to allow the organization to come and collect at a price, we still don't have, you're saying we're not going to get that probably till October? Because it's, it's just being reported now. So you're saying that they're not sitting till October, so we won't have that information till then. Okay. Is that pretty much it then?
So are you changing your?
Yes, I will change.
To as printed?
Yes, I'll move the.
And Councillor Joyce?
I was going to throw a friendly in there and suggest backing it up to July council meeting as opposed to August. The other issue, well, I got the microphone here, is I don't want to be locked into a contract right at this by voting today that we regret later. And there's another issue here. If it hits $500,000, does that mean we don't have numbers here? But don't get me wrong, I'm in full support of small business. But does that mean residents are subsidizing collection for small business? And is that the right thing to do? I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here to unpack. So my suggestion is July, Mr. Mayor.
Your friendly is turned down. Are you still a seconder or not?
I'll support Councillor Warren on this, whatever she wants to do, because she's...
Thank you. You want to sum up?
Okay, because everyone's enjoying being.
Go ahead, Councillor Perry.
I'm going to take my time. I'm just thinking it would be good to have a report back on this from Public Works in August then.
You've already been told you're getting a report back.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go back to sleep then. Thank you.
That's the idea of doing this, is you're going to get a report back.
Yeah.
On that specific issue of where the province is with its amendments, correct?
Maybe we won't have that information till.
No, but the report could be that we don't have it.
If we don't have the information from the province, we can't very well bring a report back.
Yes, you can.
How?
You can say we don't have the information yet. That's our report. And that's good to know.
We're just getting. Yeah.
Through the mayor, direction for a time back to report won't be necessary. I think you heard it from the director, you heard it from the manager.
That's fine.
All I'm suggesting is it's very unlikely that we'll have anything material to say to you in August because the registry just went up. We'll know as we need to report, and we're probably going to ask you for further direction associated with that because it's going to directly affect the service. So as soon as a milestone occurs in that legislation, we would bring that back to council to get direction on top of what we're already readying to do at the depots. If you're looking for something informational and just general, then it's at council's pleasure to direct that. And sure, we can always write a report that's informational based only. But we are committed to doing it once we understand better the legislation.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine.
I'll kind of try to sum up. It's just, Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. And so in August, if a report does come forward, will that be a decision to whether or not we're going to offer it for free to small business at all the depots and landfills? Would that be a report that's coming forward? That's a question for Mr. Vigilius.
Through you to the counselor, we could put plenty of options into a subsequent report, but that's all going to depend upon what the province ultimately decides to do.
So it may not be till October that we have that information, so we won't, yeah, anyway. Okay, I'll just move the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder as printed. All in favor? And that's passed. We'll move on. We'll take a break as soon as we finish the petitions because we'll be moving into closed. Item 14. 14.1 is a request for the installation of a three-way stop sign at the intersection of Parkside Drive and Brock Street, Lindsay. A copy of the petition with 39 signatures is available at the clerk's office, and it was sent in by Ms. June Brand. I have a motion to receive and refer to staff. Deputy Mayor McDonald, seconder, Councillor Doble, all in favor? And that passes.
Report back when?
And report back third quarter. Item 14.2 is a request for an increased frequency of yard waste collection in the city of Kawartha Lake. This is an electronic petition with 173 signatures, and it's from Mr. Doug Whalen. Motion to receive, Councillor Warren, seconded by Councillor Jones. And refer to staff for report back fourth quarter.
Director, if I can I talk to the Director of Public Works? Through you, can I ask a question to the Director of Public Works?
Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, are we not, we're already studying this, or it's in a long-range plan? 2020, yeah.
Through you to the councillor, studying what exactly?
Increased yard waste collection.
In the sense that it's an option that we can present to council, yes. It's a simple issue of cost. It's whether or not.
So I know you're presenting that to council. That's way down the road, right? It's down in. Yeah. Okay.
Your report back's going to say that it'll be considered when the contract comes up in 2027. Right? Okay. All in favor? And that's passed. Last petition is a request for the installation of children playing signs and speed bumps on Golden Mile Road in Lindsay. This is an electronic petition with 47 signatures from Megan Wetzel. Need a motion to receive and refer to staff with a report back in the third quarter. Councillor Deputy Mayor McDonald, seconder Councillor Ashmore, all in favor, and that's passed. Other new business, Councillor Ashmore, you declared on this. You don't have to go far, I don't think. So this is a memorandum as promised to Council from myself regarding the absence of Councillor Ashmore. As you can see, he has returned and he's slowly absorbing all his duties back. And so we need to just receive that report. Can I have a motion to receive it? Councillor Richardson, Councillor Yeo. Any questions or comments on it? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Councillor Richardson, you have bylaws.
I do, through you. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor McDonald, that the bylaws shown in section 16.1 of the agenda, namely item 16.1.1 to and including 16.111, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, number signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. Questions or comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Just hang in there for a second. Can I get a mover and seconder to the following motion, that the closed session agenda be adopted as circulated? Deputy Mayor McDonald, seconder. Seconder, it's not that hard. Councillor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in closed session items? Seeing none, if any arise, let me know, and we will deal with them accordingly. At this point in the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider the items under Section 18.3 of the agenda. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all electronic participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hands that they are in a private room where no other persons can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible. Please raise your hands to confirm and keep them raised. Thank you. Mover and seconder that council convene into closed session at 5:40 p.m. pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in Section 18.3 of the regular council meeting agenda of Tuesday, June 24, 2025, namely item 18.3.1 to and including 18.3.3. Mover and seconder. Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? Okay, at this point, the meeting broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your TV cable. The live stream of the meeting on YouTube and the rebroadcast will now be temporarily paused for members of the public. When closed session is complete, the live stream and rebroadcast of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of those involved within the closed session, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting and council chambers at this time. Thank you. Meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, items from closed session.
Matters from closed session. Item 18.3.1, the confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of May 20th, 2025 were approved. Item 18.3.2, council provided direction on proposed lease for a fleet and transit facility temporary rental. Item 18.3.3, council received an update on security planning for City Hall. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, I believe you have the confirming bylaw.
I certainly do, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Warren that the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of a regular council meeting held Tuesday, June 24th, 2025 be ready first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. And could I have a motion for adjournment? Councillor Yeo, Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you all for coming out today.